You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
네, 안녕하세요. 저는 쇼피파이 테란 프로게이머 변현우입니다.
안녕하세요. C9 소속 테란 고병재입니다. 구미호 고병재입니다.
안녕하세요. 트위스트 마인즈의 클래식 김도희입니다.
안녕하세요. 웨이보 게이밍의 김준호입니다.
어떻게 돌아가는지
병재가 잘할 것 같은데.
아니 어떻게 돌아가는지 설명하면 그냥
그거보다 몇 개월이고
18개월.
현재는 이제 18개월이고 제가 군 생활할 때는 그래도 한 18개월 우리 반 정도 했나? 19개월
아직 18개월 아니잖아.
19개월 정도?
21개월에서 18개월로 줄는 기간 동안 이제 군 생활을 했기 때문에 우리 뭐 어느 정도 했지?
한 19개월 우리 저희 다 한 19개월 했을걸요?
그 정도 생활을 했고 일단 여기 이 세 분은
왜 차이를 둬?
다른 지역에 가서 다른 병사들과 같이 24시간 같이 생활하는 병영
합숙.
뭐 합숙이라고 그래야 되나?
어떻게
그런 느낌으로 생활을 했고 이쪽은 출퇴근을 했습니다. 그런 좀 차이가 있긴 한데 뭐
차이가 크지?
아마 네 명 중에 군대는 제일 빨리 갔죠? 먼저 가서.
제일 먼저
저는
갔어요.
19년 1월에 가서 1월 29일에 가서 20년 9월 3일 날 제대를 했고
저는 이제 2019년 12월 16일인가 17일 이쯤에 가서 6월 31일 2021년 6월 31일 이때 제대했습니다. 도무님은
우리 다 비슷하잖아.
비슷하잖아.
응.
비슷할 때 갔었나? 근데 기억이 안 나가지고.
20년 1월에 가서 21년 8월 1일에 전역했습니다.
준호가 나보다 살짝 일찍 왔던 것 같고 맞지?
내가 아니야. 너 늦게 갔는데? 저는 19년도 12월에 나 12월 군번이고.
나도 12월이야.
아 그래?
다 겨울군인데.
12월에 가서 21년 6월 말에 전역했던 것 같습니다.
저는 근데 이 세 명과 다르게 집에서 출퇴근이어가지고 연습하는데 전혀 지장이 없었고요. 오히려
군대가 아니야 사실.
군대를
갔다 왔다고
갔다기보다는 그냥 다른 사람들처럼, 그러니까 일반 사람들처럼 좀 일상생활에 조금 다른 평균적인 일상생활을 하지 않았나. 군대를 갔다기보다는
본인 입으로
네.
그렇게 말하게 되는 것 봐.
저는 연습 열심히 했습니다.
저는 일단 군대 갈 때 그 당시 근데 이게 군대를 가는 것도 가는 건데 사실은 되게 많이 지친 상황이었거든요. 이게 군대에 대한 압박도 좀 심리적인 압박도 크고 이게 매 대회가 이제 마지막이라고 생각하는데 잘 안 되고 마지막이라고 생각하는데 잘 안 되고 약간 이게 반복이 되다 보니까 정말 그만둬야겠다는 생각으로 갔어요. 왜냐면은 이제 더 이상 진짜 내가 이걸 할 만한 힘이 없다 이런 생각으로 군대를 갔는데 이제 가서 생각이 바뀐 거죠. 제가 거기서 이제 생각할 시간이 진짜 많아요. 막 훈련을 받고 뭐 일을 하고 작업을 하고 이러다 보면 생각할 시간이 진짜 많아서 진짜 내가 뭘 좋아하는지 생각하다 보니까 나 진짜 별로 바라는 게 없구나. 그냥 다시 한 번만 기회가 있었으면 좋겠다 이런 생각으로 계속 시간을 보내고 그러다 보니까 나와서 다시 게임을 하게 된 것 같아요. 원래는 그만둘 생각으로 갔습니다.
사실 저 앞에 변 선수랑 다르게 이제 저희 3명 현역 입장에서는 군대를 가면 아예 게임을 할 수가 없어가지고 18개월 동안 거의 게임을 안 했거든요. 그래서 사실 갔다 와서 게임을 할 수 있을까라는 생각을 가지고 있었는데 사실 복귀하기가 쉽지 않을 거라고 생각을 했는데 그래도 예전에 하도 게임을 많이 했다 보니까 이제 갔다 와서 좀 열심히 하니까 그래도 계속 실력이 올라오고 있는 것 같아서 네, 올라오고 있네요.
아니 근데 저는 솔직히 패턴이 그렇게 달라지지 않아가지고 그렇게 배운 게 없긴 한데 그나마 좀 느낀 거라고는 아무래도 이제 9시 출근하고 6시 퇴근이니까 내가 게이머를 그만두고 일반 이제 회사 생활을 하면은 그러니까 너무 힘들 것 같은 거예요. 이렇게 출근하고 퇴근하는 게. 그래서 하는 거나 열심히 하자. 내가 잘하는 거나 그냥 열심히 하자는 마인드로 했던 게 그냥 이렇게 지금까지 게이머를 할 수 있게 한 원동력이 아닌가 싶습니다.
저는 전화 하나 있어요.
있어.
저는 근데
필요 없는데.
군대 있을 때 일단 그런 게 있었어요. 제가 군대 있을 때는 그때가 당연히 제가 나이를 많고 어쨌든 제일 밑으로 들어간 거기 때문에 되게 힘들긴 했지만 그때 이제 오히려 게이머 때 생활을 했던 걸 기억하면서 좀 버텼던 기억이 있거든요. 그렇게 처음에는 그렇게 버티다가 이제 나중에 막 훈련도 받고 이렇게 하면서 이제 세월이 많이 지나서 어쨌든 전역을 했잖아요. 지금 이제는 군대에서 힘들었던 생각을 가지고 지금 게임할 때 버티는 것 같아요. 그러니까 군대에서 엄청 힘들었던 훈련들이 있고 그걸 견뎌냈었던 내 자신을 생각하면서 내가 지금 게임할 때 힘들면은 그때보다 낫지 그래도 이런 생각으로 좀 버티는 것 같아요.
저도 비슷하긴 한데 그냥 이제 한창 게임할 때는 게임하는 게 너무 힘들고 이제 그만하고 싶다 막 이런 생각을 가지고 있었는데 또 군대에서 더 힘든 생활을 이렇게 보내다 보니까 게임할 때가 좋았구나, 게임할 때가 편했구나 이런 생각을 가지게 돼가지고 지금 게임할 때 좀 더 힘들어도 군대 생활 생각하면서 더 열심히 할 수 있는 것 같습니다.
모두 느낀 게 똑같은 것 같아요. 저도 두 명이 말한 것처럼 군대에서 이제 일하면서 그냥 나가면 뭐든지 다 할 수 있겠다 이 생각이 너무 많이 들어서 그 생각으로 저도 게임하고 있는 것 같고.
세 명이 아니라 두 명이서?
넌 딴 얘기했으니까.
뭐라 그래야 되지? 그래도 아무리 막 연습할 때 힘들고 뭐 어쩌고 저쩌고 해도 당연히 군 생활 할 때보단 나으니까 요즘엔 좀 많이 옅어지긴 했어요. 이제 좀 전역한 지 많이 오래돼가지고 근데 초창기에 진짜 실력이 안 늘거나 아니면 뭔가 막혀 있는 거 같을 때는 항상 군 생활을 생각했죠. 내가 야외에서 자던 때를 생각하면서 뭐 밤새 그냥 훈련 갔다 와서 뭐 밤새 다시 근무 들어갈 때 생각하면서 그거보다 낫지 그냥 차라리 지금 연습하는 게 뭐 힘들어봤자 얼마나 힘들다고 약간 이런 생각으로 버틸 수 있었다는 게 좀 도움이 됐던 것 같아요. 그냥 마음가짐?
인내심.
네, 인내심 그런 느낌이죠. 그런 게 도움이 됐어요. 더 최악의 상황을 겪고 나니까 현재는 그냥 어떤 일을 겪어도 기쁘다.
좋은 게 아닌 것 같아.
원래 근데 몸에 좋은 약은 쓰다고. 근데 전 진심으로 그게 나쁘진 않다고 생각해요. 뭔가 좋은 경험 그래도 이왕 어차피 시간이 흐르는 거 힘든 경험을 해가지고
더?
좀 도움이 됐죠.
한 번 더?
두 번은 너무 힘들어. 두 번 안 돼.
Over the years, our StarCraft II pro gamers have developed superhuman abilities when it comes to multitasking in-game. But how well does all that speed, or APM, translate to real-life situations? I am going to present HeroMarine, Spirit, Acero and Showtime with a very messy living room, and they've got 2 minutes to get as much done as humanly possible. Welcome to Real Life APM. Hello, Piotr.
Hello.
Welcome to Real Life APM. Do you know what this is all about?
No.
As you can see, we've got a very messy living room. There is messy bed sheets, there are pillows on the floor, there are clothes all over, an open drawer. And the goal for you is to complete as many tasks as possible within 2 minutes. You can make up a game plan or you can just go for it.
Well, I'll just go see what bothers me.
All right,
You say go.
3, 2, 1, let's go, Gabe.
Okay, let's go. Wait, what the hell is that thing?
That's the baby. The baby needs some love.
Okay, we do
Fire.
this first. Baby's crying. Wait, not a baby, it's a bait. That child can wait. The socks are
We are not going to comfort the baby, Gabe.
Oh, shut up.
Cold water there. Hey, relax. Hey.
Okay, you just put them all in here. Maybe ignore the baby. Don't care about that.
Oh, another pair of socks. Put these one nicely in there.
What am I supposed to do? Brush teeth, maybe.
Put in the light bulb. Put some butter on bread. Make a cup of tea.
Yeah, you know.
I'm not sure what it is. There we go.
Oh, it still doesn't shut up even though it's out of sight. There's another t-shirt here.
Or I'm not gonna. I don't want to get cancelled or something.
All right.
Nice.
I'm starting to get very competitive. Isn't that nice?
Let's get these, put them nicely here. Just like that.
I gotta say, HeroMarine was folding everything, Sarah.
Yeah, me too. That's how we do it.
We don't have unlimited time, Piotr. I still see a very messy drawer, pillows on the floor. Fold it a little, make it look a little more cozy.
It's so huge. What the hell?
Not sure where's the garbage can nature, but
We can also make a cup of tea. We can do some jumping jacks. 10 jumping jacks
Now
after we
it's
make the
close to
bed.
the side again.
Hey, this is not how you comfort a baby. So let's clean up. Do some jumping jacks. Put in a light bulb. Brush your teeth. You sure that baby doesn't need its bottle?
No. The light bulb. Where does it go? Oh, it goes at the top.
This man is a natural. There is way more pace and urgency than with the other gamers.
Does it work?
That's
I
all
don't
good.
work.
Are these? Wait, what the?
Well, yeah,
Like in the front or?
let's do it.
No.
And the baby could use some love.
The page.
this works as the bed probably. Let's make the bed real quick.
Yeah, baby.
It's the most random things I ever did. Delicious.
No, I don't know how to make this bed. This is a little bit of a special case here.
Do you get points you drink?
No, you do not get bonus points if you drink. Stuff it all in. Stuff it all in. Close the drawer.
Something big.
With the baby. With the baby.
No, we got you.
Baby is happy. All right, Gabe, that is it. I still see a floating sock on the television, but that happens to the best of us.
Baby. You know what? Here, come on.
That is the perfect ending of Real Life APM right there. Tobias, you absolutely crushed it, mate.
Nice.
You've absolutely crushed it when it comes to folding clothes and putting some socks in the
If
drawer.
somebody folds the t-shirt this well, they deserve a prize, you know.
How do you think we did?
Never again.
No, you're done. This is not what you signed up for. All right, well, GG, mate. I think you've completed Real Life APM.
Better than HeroMarine?
No. GG's, you have completed Real Life APM. Thank you so much, Showtime, and good luck in the tourney.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, everybody. Quick Shot here, the host of EWC Central. It is a massive day in the StarCraft II tournament. 15 players enter the knockout bracket, but only one will make it to the Final Four. The Elite Four, if you will. You've got to catch all of them club championship points, and StarCraft II could be a huge factor in deciding the club championship today. So let's jump straight into this episode of the EWC Club Championship Update, brought to you by STC. Now, the only clubs that are mathematically still able to catch Team Falcons are Team Vitality, Twisted Minds, Gaming Gladiators, Na'Vi, and Team Liquid. Other teams in the top 10, like T1 or G2 Esports, do not have enough participants at the Esports World Cup left to be able to reach the monumental 4,160 points. Crucially as well, you need to have at least 2 top 8 placements, meaning BDS will be looking at their Rocket League next week to try get them to be eligible. Now, coincidentally, 4 out of the 5 teams that can still catch Falcons are playing in the knockout bracket today. If Team Vitality's Maru and Solar, Twisted Minds Classic, Gaming Gladiators Shin, and Navi's Spirit all get eliminated from the knockout bracket, as well as Team Liquid fail to qualify in the last chance qualifier for Tekken 8, we will officially crown Team Falcons as our club championship winners and the best club in the world. So StarCraft II is going to be monumental for the official standings in the EWC Club Championship. Now, for more updates on the championship, as well as all the other games taking place here in Week 7, as well as next week during Week 8, why don't you join me and the rest of the crew here at EWC Central every Thursday through Sunday, 3 through 7 at twitch.tv EWC and youtube.com at EWC. I have been your host, and this has been an exciting update in the EWC Club Championship update brought to you by STC.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Esports World Cup 2024, day number 3. We are here on the B stream where we're going to be covering a bunch of the games that are happening over in the knockout bracket. My name is Fear Dragon. I'm joined here by Dave. How you doing today, Steadfast?
I'm doing great today. Yesterday's games were electric, and we wrapped up what I would consider to be the first phase of the tournament, which is that group stage kind of first chance opportunity. And now we go to the second phase. It is going to be a bloodbath. We've got the trophy explainer video coming up for you. We'll get into that a little bit later, what I was just talking about, but we'll take a look at this now.
The Esports World Cup is a unique tournament and will have a very unique trophy system, consisting of keys, game trophies, the club championship trophy, and the totem. Introducing the key. This symbolizes a participant's right to compete in Riyadh. Each team or player will receive a personalized key consisting of the inner key and the outer frame. Winning a competition earns you a game trophy. A champion's key will be inserted inside. The frame will be placed into the totem. A physical block on display in Riyadh, serving as a progress bar of the Esports World Cup. The totem will remain in Riyadh as a chronicle of the Esports World Cup history. Those who get eliminated throughout the competition must give up their keys and see them crushed. Their broken keys will be tossed into the totem and encased in resin, symbolizing those that tried to win but fell short. However, as an additional privilege for winning, each game's champion gets to select 3 opponents' keys to be encased in the base of their trophy as an additional, more personal prize. Losers will go home with their keys replaced with a token that marks where they ended their journey. Witness history unfold at the Esports World Cup.
Oh, man.
Really brutal there, as we end up seeing the situation where effectively what happens is your key that you got given to participate in the tournament gets crushed by a hydraulic press. And for those who missed out, the A stream is already live right now, and poor Estrella has already given his key to Solar, and he had his key crushed by a hydraulic press, Dave.
Yeah, that's the brutal part of this, is it makes it so much more visceral. This is already a huge tournament, and biggest tournament StarCraft II's ever had in its history in 14 years. Never a tournament this big. But then to add that additional physical aspect, you've maybe been crushed a little bit emotionally and mentally, and in the game, of course, and then you have your actual key being crushed as well. It really adds a visceral layer to it. But yeah. we are going to take a look at the top 5 plays of the day from yesterday, and I got to tell you, there are some good ones on there.
He's going to watch out for the Euro Parasite. He recalls though. He recalls before Cyril can pull off the ambush, and he finds the bottom left side of the map. A brilliant move for Hero. He's going to get 2 hatcheries. The drones are burrowing and running away. Good job by Cyril, trying to save what resources he can. Observer's getting picked off by the spores. Nice move there for Cyril. He can't really counterattack though, because Cyril's army's too slow.
He might be unable to rematch fast enough. Once again, he is defending his third. He's going to be coming around with another surround, however, and he does have more ultras on the way. Also, the bundle little mines.
All the roaches gonna up, they're up. Oh, fire lurkers! Oh my god, he activates them at the last second. Reynor told his lurkers to not fire until Solar's roaches were right on top. Seismic Shield is on the way for him as well. Plus one air weapon, about to kick in for Zero. Those vials coming in. Oh, Hero!
Wow, that was, God, even rewatching that, it's still unbelievable to see. Obviously some good plays on there. The hold position lurkers, pretty cool. The fungal growth from the back into the friendly fire mind drag was sick, but I don't think we are ever going to forget that set of corrosive biles that wasn't even meant to hit the void rays. Though that was just for a shield battery. Those corrosive biles are the best example of shoot your shot. It doesn't matter how attractive she is. It doesn't matter how unqualified you are for the job. You always shoot your shot because you never know if you're gonna come up and strike gold. But yeah, sorry, we do have something else we're gonna show. Obviously, we will be getting into ByuN Coffee in a little bit. But for now, let's take a look at the tournament format, because this is where the rubber meets the road, Ravi. This is where we start sending players home.
No, it absolutely is. A lot of the players have been playing throughout this weekend in that group stage for a shot at being in the top 4, and also just for better potential seeding for this stage. This is where it all really comes down to the wire. No more extra lies, no more second chances or anything. Players that lose today are getting eliminated, as we are in the knockout bracket, and these players are playing for a large amount of money as well. $1 million on the line. Last place players, aka everyone who gets eliminated in this first round here, are still going to walk away with $15,000, but this first round of the round of 8 is you're going to be playing for $5,000 just on that single best of 3 alone. The following match or series is going to be played for an extra $10,000. It goes all the way up to 400K first place. Dave, a lot of money is on the line here. This is at the point now where one best of 3 can be the equivalent of what maybe like a 3rd or 4th place finish in a lot of other kind of tournaments.
Yeah, this is a big deal. Each and every match, and a lot of people might look at the Group A, Group B matches and say, oh man, that's so grueling. Like, you had to fight so many best of 5s, and you end up coming up short. Somebody like Maru obviously came up just a little bit short. Somebody like Hero, Oliveira, they got really deep, but it did improve their seeding a little bit. And if it means you get one round further, even if you had to fight a bunch of grueling best of 5s, which we can see here on the bracket right there, a lot of 3-2s, pretty much all 3-2s as we got towards the tail end of Group A. But it was super worthwhile to get that better seeding, because if that means you get $5,000 more or sets you up to make $15,000 more, I can guarantee you these players are more than okay with playing a couple extra best of 5s. Man, oh God, looking at that once again, that Cyril Hero match, God, what a highlight that was.
That was truly a absolute treat, and we are talking specifically about this second Cyril versus Hero match, not the first one, because that second qualifying match for Cyril to the second place finisher match was an absolute treat if you missed out on that. Some really, really great games from that group stages in the bracket in the best of 5s, but we are heading into knockout bracket, which is going to be best of 3s. I already kind of mentioned that Solar ended up defeating Estrella in a sort of heartbreaking series if you're an Estrella fan like me, but we do have a bunch of very, very fun matches. This matches that we're going to be covering from the round of 16 here on the B stream today are going to be Coffee versus ByuN, HeroMarine versus Reynor, and Hero versus Spirit. All the other matches are going to be covered over on the main stream, so you guys should check out whatever matches you guys are interested in, and you know, formulate what brackets and stuff you are hoping happens, all that good stuff. Mar versus Solar also looks like already a fun first match for the round of 8 as well.
Yeah, it certainly does. It's interesting because we still don't really even know what Solar's form is actually coming into this tournament, because he has had a couple of really convincing 3-0 victories and then a couple of really convincing 3-0 defeats. And it's weird that we don't really know after like 4 or 5 best of 5s of his, or I guess, well, best of 4, best of 5, and a best of 3, how he's actually looking. And that first really important test is going to be Maru. It's just a best of 3, so that's going to be super intense. But yeah, this is a bloodbath today. We've got 15 players in the knockout bracket, and only one will emerge to make it through to that final 4 tomorrow. A ton of best of 3s and a ton of action. Man, I'm really excited for today.
So am I, Dave. And again, we do have a bunch of really, really great series coming on up for the rest of the day as we do take a look at those matches that we're going to be going into. I did mention before, Coffee versus ByuN is going to be that first best of 3 that we're going to be doing today. Then we're going to be following up again with HeroMarine versus Reynor, a Zerg versus Terran that I think is going to be quite intriguing, especially for a lot of those European EPT fans. And then Hero versus Spirit also should be set up to be an interesting series. Hero's definitely been showing to be in pretty good form, and I think Spirit's going to have that opportunity yet again, his final chance to really showcase what I know he is capable of sometimes, especially I think when it comes down to the wire. Sometimes Spirit can just bust out some pretty impressive play, but I think he is still looking for that chance he can show it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, we saw Hero yesterday. He fought a bit of a gauntlet. He took down Cure, he took down Reynor, and then fell just short against Cero. The closest ZVP series we've seen in a very long time, I think, with Cero as one of the as one of the players. But for our match of the day, you already talked about it a little bit, and this was an easy pick. It is HeroMarine Reynor. It is a very interesting match because Reynor has looked so freaking good at this tournament. But because of the brutality of the format and because of just the nature of things, first of all, he went down 2-3 to Clem in very close series, but then got kind of manhandled a little bit by Hero. It's not that he played poorly, it's just Hero was so decisive and on point and has been in PvZ. And now he finds himself in a situation where he's got to go up against HeroMarine. And I do think he's the favorite, but HeroMarine has shown that he can really show up on stage. And with just a best of 3, with some time to prep, I don't know, man, this could be very scary. And we got to mention as well, there's been some series that they've played that if that had been a best of 3, HeroMarine would have won 2-0. And I'm talking about IEM Katowice, I believe 2022, the world championship there. So maybe it might not be enough time for Reynor to get warmed up and get going. But yeah, for now, we got another match ahead of us.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. We're going to get more of a chance to talk about HeroMarine versus Reynor as the upcoming match after this first one. But the first match that we're going to be covering is going to be Coffee versus ByuN. Going to be an absolute treat. This is going to be a kind of interesting one as well, because ByuN going to be coming in off of that side of the bracket that was basically just TVT hell. He's going to be like, all right, who is my first opponent? Who do I want? Let's get another Terran. I did a lot of Terran prep here, and again, we did get to see ByuN go 2-3 versus Oliveira. He was able to go 3-1 versus Spirit before finally getting eliminated by Estrella in that kind of group A. But he's gonna get to play yet another TVT. I think Coffee is also still looking for the opportunity to showcase himself. This will be a very big victory for Coffee if you can make it happen.
I mean, this would be the biggest upset so far, I think, of the tournament if he were to take this one down. And that, I know that's crazy to say when we've got a 3-0 of Hero over Reynor and, Clem 3-0ing Cyril, but that just should show you how big of an upset this would be. Coffee is amongst giants in this lower bracket. ByuN has been preparing so much for TVT, of course, knowing that he was in a crazy TVT bracket, but because it is a best of 3, anything can happen. Coffee, I mean, his expectations for this tournament, he made it. He's already got that $15,000 check. I don't think there's going to be too much pressure on him, whereas ByuN probably is going to be feeling a little bit of pressure himself. I still do think that ByuN is the overwhelming favorite, and the history does show it. But yeah, this is the kind of situation where maybe Coffee gets a build order advantage in game number 1, maybe comes out with something really cheeky and catches his opponent off guard. all of a sudden maybe ByuN's confidence gets a little bit shaken.
No, I think you're totally right. And I have 100% agreement. I think almost everyone in the world will agree with you that ByuN is coming into this as a pretty heavy favorite. But as you were saying, maybe there's like a game or something that you win. It's a best of 3. A lot of crazy things can happen in a best of 3. And I think that is something really brutal about this format is they've been playing these best of 5s and everything. And now that we're in the best of 3 format, you know, this is the stage that you get to because you weren't able to make it out in that top 2 or top 3 kind of format. And so now you are basically subjected to the best of 3s and a little bit more of a grueling bracket where really feels like anything can happen. Now, I am so curious what Coffee's going to bring to the table. I know that ByuN can be unbelievable. He can pull out these incredible micro moments and everything. And I feel like a lot of that stuff can be very in the heat of the moment. It's not that ByuN can't do any prepared build orders or anything like that, but he really is one of those players that I feel like shines in the impromptu micro or moments that are just suddenly become available in the heat of a game. Coffee, I think, not necessarily playstyle wise, but just in terms of coming into this series versus ByuN, I think he's gonna have to bring something a little bit special, try and pull off some kind of upset here.
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind that he's gonna have to bring some heat in order to catch his opponent off guard. Because like you said, ByuN's instincts, his I almost want to call it like Twitch micro, like those instant moments where you're like, oh God, I'm under attack. He's so good. It's really difficult to catch him off guard. I think the H-Stream, I think it was Artosis was talking about it a little bit yesterday, mentioning one of ByuN's weaknesses is that he's so good at attacking and that he can sometimes get himself caught in this, you know, kind of feedback loop where he's like, oh, I haven't attacked in a little while. I have to attack. And he can sometimes get himself into trouble. But can Coffee even handle that? We'll see. Here we go. Spawning down in the bottom left for the Shopify Rebellion. It is the blue Terran player. Give it up for ByuN.
And on the other side of the map, we have our red Terran player. He is going to be our Chinese representative. Give it up for Coffee, representing all gamers. He's the everyday man. You know, Oliveira, we say that he was the normal man, but is he representing all gamers?
He's representing every single one of them. Every single one of the gamers that has ever existed. It's like when someone asks you, oh, you're a feminist? Name every woman. And then they hit you with what song is that? Every Woman by Nope.
I'm not going to save you on this. I'm just going to
hang
let the
me out to dry.
silence sit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Now I have to Google it. Yeah, Whitney Houston. There we go. All right, so we got ourselves a fake proxy here coming out of ByuN. Coffee is just gonna scout it.
That's nice. So that's not the standard scout path, I believe, right? Was it?
I'm pretty sure it is.
Is it not along the left-hand side?
Well, no, you would go through the center. But it might curl around. It might depend on where you click in the natural. Like you might go up along the top, but you definitely go through the middle for sure. So that's kind of a little funky move from ByuN. Maybe it honestly feels like like you step up to somebody in the club and you're just like, what's up? And like you have no intention of doing like actually fighting, but you just kind of are posturing in a weird way. It just feels like Giga Chat energy from ByuN or something. I have no idea.
I'm just imagining like throwing down the proxy. What's even more aggressive is like basically put it in your opponent's natural or like in their main base mineral line or something.
Yeah,
just like, look, buddy, I don't care if you see this. I'm making this Reaper next to you, slightly proxied.
And he did find the scouting SCV. Is going to be able to almost gets the SCV, the natural, not quite, but he will win the Reaper war to start things off. And now Coffee's Reaper is a little bit trapped. He's going to pull the SCV, but I think ByuN, he didn't get the shot, but he gets it now. And there's the reaction from Coffee. That stings.
But that's so painful because I'll tell you something that happened during that. ByuN did not get the first shot with his Reapers.
No,
Coffee got the first shot with his Reapers. And
yeah.
Coffee did the stutter step micro forward, which he lost out on a little bit of the DPS while doing so. And that gave ByuN back just that tiny little bit that he needed to win the fight.
Ay, ay, ay. Everything about this has already been a bit of a disaster for Coffee here. We have, that's 3 SCVs that have died in the early game. He got an even trade on the Reapers. It's 2 for 2. Command Center and Orbital are going to be basically done by the time that Coffee's Command Center is done. We've got the double Cyclone drop. We've got the Scout on the Reaper. I mean, every small little exchange, we're only 4 minutes into the game, so it's not like there's been a ton. But this is just all ByuN to start.
Yep, this is pretty brutal so far, and he is at least going to be able to push back the Cyclones, only loses a single Marine. I mean, that's acceptable, at least, for the moment. Medevac is now out for Coffee as well, so he's going to be able to at least contend a little bit with a little drop micro that you can do with the Cyclones. And we do see that Coffee is going for that Raven, the Interference Matrix and stuff coming out, whereas ByuN, maybe getting gearing up for something a little bit different.
Yeah. And of course, the Cyclones not as powerful as they were in this matchup on the previous patch, but the power of the double Cyclone drop is still incredibly valuable. And it's really fantastic in the hands of players like ByuN, like Clem, like Maru, that are just so fast. I really feel like ByuN and Clem stand even still head and shoulders above the rest with this little harassment. And we've already seen just such an advantage carved out for ByuN. He's up 8 workers. He's continuing to harass this Liberator that we saw earlier in the production tab. Oh, he's got to be careful. Is he going to pick it up? Okay. Oh, he's able to get the lock on, but he breaks it, unfortunately. I think he could have kept that up. Oh, my God. ByuN is actually just putting on a clinic.
Yeah, ByuN is just finding all these little opportunities, and you're seeing that some of the pressure is maybe starting to get to Coffee as well. Things like the lock-on breaking, because I think he was also busy with the double Cyclone drop that was happening as natural and maybe got a little bit distracted for a moment. ByuN keeping all of these units alive for such a long time until finally that Liberator is going to get cleaned up. But this is not the start that Coffee was looking for before any real battle or big fight or pressure play or real push has happened. Yes. Just with the light bits of slight committed, like very lightly committed pressure here from ByuN, that has been able to garner himself almost a 20 supply advantage.
Yeah, and we're just now seeing Coffee is actually making a move in this game. I do want to point out he had a nice little Liberator dodge on the Cyclone shot at the tail end to pick off that Liberator, so that was cute. Nice. Just got to give him a little bit of credit because feels like it's been all ByuN, so I want to point out some good plays. Second starport from Coffee. He is going to be going for this push. This is something that Oliveira was doing in a lot of his games, the double Raven into this, but ByuN has gone for a very quick double medevac off of this. Oh, I love that tank setup in the middle, and he's going to have Stim and a couple of tanks on the other side of the map. This is Coffee needs to win the game with this push. He is not going to clean this army out.
Yeah, and I mean, the bright side is he does have 2 Ravens with the Interference Matrix. It catches a lot of these siege tanks and the Marines in the center of the map. So a little bit further from reinforcements, SCV pool is not able to be done until just now, but the SCV pool happens before the tank siege on up. And it does seem like, wow, Coffee is starting to actually make quite a bit of progress over here against ByuN's workers. The problem is ByuN has done way more damage on the other side of the map, and he ends up taking the game. I gotta say, like, there was a moment there where you have to like look at the supplies and say, okay, wait a second. Coffee has killed all of the workers. He still has 3 siege tanks up and a handful of Marines. Maybe there's something. And you're like, actually, no. ByuN has done way more damage on that picture-in-picture.
Yeah, no, ByuN was literally never going to get cleaned up in Coffee's main. Coffee was on 0 SCVs at the end of that game. Literally 0. Yeah. There was nothing that was going to come out in the reinforcements. And even though it looked like Coffee was doing okay in that frontline battle, ByuN had blunted the attack enough that he was eventually going to clean it up, and Coffee just GG's out. Honestly, I do have to agree with you a little bit. There was more progress made than expected, I think. But man, that is a rough way for things to start off. First, you have the Reaper interaction. Then you have the second Reaper interaction where it gets back in, gets another SCV. And then just the chip damage kind of stacks up. And even though Coffee did have a good game plan, by the time it actually got going, ByuN was already so far ahead that there was barely anything Coffee could do. Hopefully Coffee can ratchet things up a little bit more in the early game so that we can have it a little bit longer of a game. But kudos to ByuN, because he didn't just... Coffee didn't make mistakes on his own. ByuN helped him out quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely was forcing out a lot of mistakes and finding ways to punish him. I do want to also hand it to Coffee in the sense that the fact that push did more than we thought it would from Coffee, like it obviously ended up losing the game. It still got closer to doing a lot of damage than we thought. I do wonder, if Coffee is able to get through the early game stages unperturbed, a moment like that or a game like that or a build like that, maybe Coffee can make something different happen. We'll have to wait and see, though. We are starting over here in the top left hand side of the map on top of our red Terran player from All Gamers. He is Coffee.
And his opponent spawning down on the bottom right for the Shopify Rebellion. Looking to advance to the next round, it is ByuN.
This is an elimination match as we are in the knockout bracket. Single elimination now. No more double elimination. No going to an extra bracket later on. No, oh, well, you maybe get a chance to just play with a lower seed. No. This is it. This is where it's do or die. Coffee is one game away from being eliminated from the Esports World Cup.
Yes, and I don't want to even bring this up, but Coffee unfortunately has yet to win a map in the EWC. The thing that's really unfortunate is that he hasn't had a chance to showcase, I would say, his strongest tool in his arsenal, and that is his TVP builds. He has not gotten to go up against a Protoss player yet. A little bit unfortunate on the bracket draw, getting well, I mean, first you have to play Serral, so that's already really unlucky.
Yeah.
And then having to play Solar in the lower bracket. But then when it comes down to this, ByuN drew him in that little little draw that they had, the little player draw, which was a really cool segment, by the way. I enjoyed that a lot. They had the little like Kinder eggs or something that they were opening up with the player names inside and the group names. But yeah, it's just really unfortunate that Coffee has not been able to show what he's best at.
No, you're absolutely right. And to add a little bit more to the stakes of what it will mean for Coffee to even just take this first map for him, Coffee is 1-20 in maps against ByuN.
Yep.
He has in his career won a single map versus ByuN. So it means it's possible.
How dare you, Ruby? So you're saying there's a chance?
It's the same as a chance now. But I mean, Coffee absolutely made it here because he did end up qualifying. The fact that he was able to qualify means that he is in fact a capable player. He is someone who can make some magical things happen, but he does have a really, really tough road ahead of him. He needs to make sure game number 2 does not look the same way as game number 1 did in terms of that opening and just all of the small things that went wrong. But I will say, so far this game, just because ByuN has not been super in his face also, but Coffee has basically gotten into the starport stage of the game without having to worry about the early game aggression. He's actually making quite a few Reapers and Hellions over here to put some pressure on.
Yeah, no, this is really interesting actually, because we have a 5 Reaper, 3 Hellion build from Coffee, which is not super crazy, but we saw a very quick medevac out of ByuN here. Observer highlighting that the starport finished for ByuN way faster. So he basically has an extra production time, but this could turn out very well for Coffee because he's going to have a lot of firepower in these early game units, and a lot of ByuN's army is going to be out on the map harassing. this could get very messy, and it will, of course, come down to the micro and how much can Coffee rally out. Great SCV pull to protect the Cyclone there. A lot of SCV is going to go down, but the Cyclone is super important for ByuN to keep this from snowballing. Another great body block with the SCVs by ByuN.
Yeah, and the reality is that the Cyclone, as long as it's not just getting bullied by all of the units all at the same time, it really, really can just eventually deal with everything. Whereas,
yes,
you can see over here on this side of the map, Coffee's kind of struggling a little bit, and even the numbers of units is not that different. Eventually, it does seem like Coffee just has overwhelming numbers to clean this up and push things back. At the end of the day, though, Dave, if he can push this back safely without losing too much more here, it's not great. ByuN definitely got the better end of the trades here, but Coffee's not dead and out of this game just yet.
He's not dead, but he is bleeding. For sure.
Yeah, he absolutely
he is in a terrible spot. This went so much better for ByuN, and I think the situation should, in theory, have favored Coffee. Oh my god, the Widowmine actually connecting on the Cyclone. That used to be a one-shot kill, but because it got the HP buff, it actually is no longer a one-shot kill. Ultimately, he does go down and does get cleaned up. A little bit messy and sloppy and unnecessary from ByuN. He could have just saved that drop. But yeah, this is still an incredible situation for ByuN. There's no doubt about that. Up 8 workers, 3rd command center on the way. We do have a commitment into Vikings here out of Coffee. Very important that he actually keeps building Vikings if you're going to go reactor starport. Like you really cannot afford to have any downtime on the starport there. But ByuN, I believe, what did he start out with? He started out with Ravens. He got the interference matrix as well, right?
Oh man, that is certainly going to complicate things if he did end up getting that. This is going to be a tough ask, and Coffee not finding exactly the value he was looking for. Does find the Cyclone and saves his own. Oh, for a little bit before the medevac gets sniped off. ByuN is just too on top of things. Every little loss hurts so much here for Coffee because, like you were saying, he's already bleeding. Maybe he's not dead just yet, but every single little stab wound is starting to add up now.
Yeah, and that's one of those situations where you're like, oh, I sniped the Cyclone. That's a feel-good moment. You're like, hey, did I actually just out-micro ByuN? And then ByuN has these 4 Marines that you're not expecting, and he just guns down your medevac, guns down the Cyclone as well, and you're like, can I catch a break, please? Can I? No? Okay. ByuN, by the way, did scan out what Coffee was doing. He saw that quick reactored starport. I believe they're both still pumping Vikings. What's the Viking count right now? Okay, yeah, ByuN is ahead because of the round of Liberators that Coffee was making. He's going to harass with them now, but I'm pretty sure that was not the original game plan. I'm pretty sure he wanted to go for a push and had to change his mind behind this. 3rd command center is already done for ByuN. Coffee's is just about to finish, but it is way behind. Oh, Widowmine. Oh, wow. How did that not shoot? Liberators will siege up here.
This a slow man, but this is perfect timing for the Liberator harass to come in, actually, because the army just moved out.
Yeah, this is actually quite nice for Coffee, but can he deal with the push on the other side of the map? The Vikings are going to be crucial for Coffee, as well as the tank positioning to try and slow this down. Also, I don't know if he even knows that this is coming. Oh, no, it's a jump on the Vikings in favor of ByuN. That's going to be 3 Vikings pretty much going down right off the bat. 3rd one does manage to barely land. And it's a really strong-looking tank line here. We do have to mention 11 SCVs have actually gone down, but can Coffee actually hold this? ByuN is going to set up a kind of intermittent siege. Instead of going at the front, he's just going to try and siege some of the production.
Yep, this is going to be so annoying. I want to note there's no medevacs or anything in this, so he can't really elevator up to the main base or anything. He can just go after the production that's in reach. Raven gets very low on hit points, and that's a high energy Raven as well. Is he going to throw out some more interference matrices? He has to be so careful because even one Viking could just sacrifice itself for that Raven, and he may very well end up getting it. He does end up killing it. Tough spot here for Coffee, but he's holding the line at his natural after getting so many Liberator kills.
Yeah, I mean, holding the line, sort of. He is going to go for a little bit of a desperation counterattack. Interesting move from ByuN here to land the Vikings. Coffee actually sending his across the map. ByuN, oh my god, the repair is going to be enough here, I think, on the siege tank. ByuN will finally close the distance with the actual siege tank. But that's actually quite good for Coffee on the cleanup. The problem is, look at the army supply right now. This still just feels so bad. I don't think ByuN needed to use those Vikings in that way. I think he could have kept a tighter stranglehold on this game, but he's already got such a strong position anyways.
Yeah, it's a very, very tough situation. And despite all the workers killed, ByuN has been making 3 workers at a time throughout all of this while also continuing to make army supply. Coffee really did get halted in a lot of that production, and you can see that his worker supply is basically just at even, but he's down at 1/3 the army supply of his opponent. ByuN also going to inch further forward. I think they're in range of each other, and now that air superiority really starting to pay for itself. There it is. GG. Coffee is eliminated from the Esports World Cup, and ByuN is going to move on to the next round.
That he will. Unexpected situation, but in a way, it was almost even more dominant than I expected. It really felt like nothing Coffee did worked out. Absolutely nothing in that series. The only thing that kind of started to gain any value or momentum whatsoever was that push in the first game where ByuN was ripping the heart out of Coffee while Coffee was like punching like the meaty part of ByuN's thigh, you know? Like ByuN is just completely fine with the damage he's taking while completely destroying that of his opponent. This was a great little defense here by ByuN, because I really want to highlight that this could have been super, super scary for ByuN right here. But the fact that he was able to have that Cyclone so well positioned and keep it safe, that was just fantastic. And then, of course, on the other side of the map, he's getting equalizing damage done and continue to harass. Just a great situation overall from ByuN.
Fantastic micro there from ByuN in multiple regards. This is that nice moment here for Coffee where he saves the Cyclone, saves the medevac, and then the Marines come in. 5 Marines from the backside, killing off all the remaining little life that I think Coffee was getting off of that little victory there. So a tough spot there for Coffee. He is still going to be walking away pretty with $15,000, even for just making it to the Esports World Cup. ByuN is going to earn himself an extra $5,000 just off of that victory there as he moves on to the round of 8, and is going to face off as the winner of Shin and Cure. That should also be a very, very fun match in that round of 8 that's getting set up there.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to get one of either Maru Solar or ByuN versus the winner of Shin Cure. So I'm not gonna complain about either one we get there. Although it would be funny to get another TBT as ByuN continues to have to face basically only Terrans and Estrella.
He chose to face Coffee, okay?
he did. He technically did, actually. He was the one that drew it.
Yeah. But guys, that is going to mean that with that series concluded, we get to move on to our next match, which is our highlight match of the day so far. It is going to be HeroMarine versus Reynor. This should be a very, very fun match, I think, for a lot of people that are looking forward to this European showdown between Big Gabe and old Reynor, the Italian stallion. We're going to be doing that after just a short little break, I believe. So want to let you guys know that you guys, of course, should absolutely be letting us know who you think is going to be winning in the chat, who you're rooting for. Use all those EP or those little channel points and stuff to do your predictions on who you think is going to win.
Yeah, I think it's I think this is going to be a much more competitive match than what we just had. Of course, Coffee got a little bit of a rough draw, it's fair to say, in the form of Cyril, but things just not working out for him in this tournament. But HeroMarine and Reynor, they're definitely players. Reynor's still a tournament favorite, even this far down in the lower bracket. He's the closest player that's come to beating Clem so far. He's the only one to take a map off of Clem.
Isn't that funny to think about?
Isn't that fun? That is funny to think about, yeah, especially with classic Reynor and Cyril being the opponents of Clem. Reynor's the only one to take a map. We are going to head to a little break, though. We will be back with a banger of a series. Don't go anywhere. This is the Esports World Cup B-Stream Day 4. I'm Steadfast. This is Ravi. Don't go anywhere.
Reynor, personally, I thought you were going to have the Riyadh buff, but it hasn't been happening. So let me know what's going on and what's going to happen today.
It's not over yet, is it? I won 2 series and lost 2. I wouldn't say it's too bad. Obviously, it's not good enough, but I still have today, and yeah, hopefully I can make it through.
And did you do anything special yesterday to prepare for today?
Not really, because today it's a lot of opponents. I obviously studied my first opponent and know what he's gonna do generally. And no, I think today it's gonna be all about mechanics.
Okay. One last question. If you could choose one player to crush the key of, who would it be and why?
I'm gonna have to say Hero. I love Hero as a person, but he's starting to piss me off because I haven't beaten him in a long time now. And it's not even close usually nowadays when we play. So yeah, maybe Hero.
Okay, thank you so much and good luck.
Thank you.
When it's been hours of grinding to the top and the world is watching, yet with a simple distraction, the moments can be lost entirely. Clear Men eliminates all distractions, on or in your head. Here is your moment of confidence and clarity. Clear Men. Keep a clear head.
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here and ready to move into our next match. HeroMarine versus Reynor, our 2 European legends, going to be facing against each other here in the round of 16 of the Esports World Cup.
Yes, it is going to be a banger. We've got the players approaching shot. HeroMarine looking very smart in that red getup, very cool, very striking. Whereas Reynor, he's always been a very stylish guy. I feel like there's a lot of effort being put into like the I made no effort on this outfit. if you know what I'm saying. It's kind of a, it's kind of like, oh man, how long did it take you to get that bedhead look in the morning? It's like 45 minutes.
Reynor's always been the casual, stylish kind of player. It's always a lot of fun to see. But HeroMarine still just rocking that good old mouse jersey, man. He looks good in it, and he's been on that team for a very, very long time. They're going to be very, very happy to have him here, as HeroMarine is definitely, I think, one of those fairly strong players who's made a surprisingly amount of good runs, deep runs into these World Championship events. But this is going to be a tough ask, because I think facing off here against Reynor, this is potentially going to be a close match. But Dave, I'm not gonna lie, I'm giving like a little bit of that favoritism to Reynor, especially after what you were talking about before, which is Reynor is the player that has made Clem look the most vulnerable, and Clem's TVZ is out of this world good. Can HeroMarine contend with that version of Reynor?
Yes, and it is going to be really interesting to see what happens in this series. So as we get into things for the pick ban, this actually is a very important distinction between the best of 5s and best of 3s, because we do, of course, obviously it says coffee, but I can tell you 100% that was that was the veto for Reynor right there. But the way that it works now for these vetoes is that instead of with the best of 5, where each player vetoes 1, and then you get a map pick, you get all your vetoes up front. So it is a very different situation. You can't sneak through a map that maybe you can prepare something very specific on. Or, you know, like you can't guarantee that, for example, Crimson Court will make it through as the Terran, or Post Youth as the Zerg. Like there's a lot more difficulty to set the table for some really tricky builds in this best of 3 format.
No, I think you're absolutely right. And it does make it a little bit harder to do that preparation for these best of 3s in advance, just because, like you said, it's even versus like the 7 map pool. Maybe you can sort of say, oh, well, you know, like I know that I'm going to veto these 2 maps or these 3 maps or, you know, these 2 maps. So I just have 5 maps left to worry about. Maybe I can kind of do some preparation for like 2 or 3 of them or something. That's going to be something really special. But with 9 maps and it gets narrowed down to just a handful, you're kind of looking at this and saying, well, I can veto 3, and then there's 6 maps left that I think we could be playing on. I can kind of guess maybe like a couple of the vetoes that will come out, but it's a lot harder to do that guaranteed preparation for a particular map and just say like, yes, this is going to be the map that we're going to play game number 1 or number 2 on. So I am so interested to see how things will go. Oceanborn going to be, looks like map number 1. That looks like it was going to be setting the stage, and then Crimson Court followed by Alcyon.
Yes. So I was saying that you couldn't guarantee that Crimson Court would make it through, but it seems as though Reynor is not interested in playing on Amphion. He's actually maybe a little bit more worried about maybe an 8 racks coming in through that from that pocket triangle base. It's a lot more difficult to flank on that map. Crimson Court, definitely a tough map for dealing with Turtle Terran. But as we saw from Cyril yesterday versus Maru, you could come in with something that utilizes that high yield gas. Not to mention the fact that counterattacks are a lot more viable on Crimson Court when you, let's say you mine out the back gold minerals, or you knock down one of the sets of rocks in the middle of the map. There's a lot more opportunity for really fast plays, and Reynor has looked fast this tournament. He has looked mechanically so strong.
He really has. I mean, I think that was something that was necessary if you wanted to play versus Clem in that kind of earlier match from the group stages. But even in series versus Cure, looking so strong with that. We're gonna have to see how he fares against his next Terran opponent here. No longer one of these Korean Terran players, something like Cure. Not gonna be Clem. No, instead is going to be up against another European player in the form of Big Gay. But here we are down in the bottom right-hand side of Oceanborn on top of the blue Zerg player. Representing Basilisk, he is Reynor.
And his opponent, spawning up at the top left, it is Big Gabe from Mousesports HeroMarine. That was kind of perfect timing right there. It was almost like he smirked just a little bit for the intro. Like he's like, you tried to trick them by saying big game first, but say we're on to you. Say did not figure it out. HeroMarine, by the way, absolutely hilarious in that little pre-show segment where it was like real life APM when he just yeeted the baby into the blanket on the couch. That was absolutely hilarious.
It really, really was. I love those little segments that they've been doing for this event where they just are making sure that players are having a good time and also getting to showcase a little bit of things outside of just their StarCraft personality or skill levels. So
yeah, seriously.
Yeah.
Well, it's just a lot of fun, and it's actually interesting. I don't want to get into it too much because, you know, builds could happen, but so far it's a very standard looking opener for both players. It was funny to see the approaches. Cyril, the very first thing he did was comfort the baby. He put out the most annoying, most unpleasant fire right away, and he just looked calm and methodical throughout the whole thing. Showtime was frantically doing everything, but was doing it very effectively. He was like brushing his teeth, doing jumping jacks, brushing his teeth while changing a light bulb. He was trying to cover all of his bases. And then you had HeroMarine and Spirit, the two Terran players. Spirit just trying to close the drawer with like socks like out, and then HeroMarine just yeeting the baby into the corner.
I mean, he did eventually take that baby, and then he did jumping jacks with it.
Yeah, he was like smacking it in the middle while doing the jumping jacks.
I'm like, man, German households, man. I didn't know they were this rough.
Oh my goodness. How do you think they end up so disciplined as
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you got like one type of parent, which is HeroMarine, which is just straight up abuse, and then you have Showtime that just makes you like mentally anxious all the time.
But I do feel like Showtime would be a good dad. When I was watching that segment, I was like, oh, he can do all the things at once. He can keep up with the chaos. But we are gonna see. Not a whole lot has happened so far in this early game. Of course, the Reaper has been deflected. It's never a given that either A, you get damage done, or B, you don't. But it is very nice to see that, at least for Reynor's side, that he was able to keep all those lings live, get his creep tumors up pretty much completely unfazed. But now we've got something very spicy. 3rd CC, super standard. Not super standard, fast second factory. Is this going to be Blue Flame Hellions? Is this going to be a Battle Mech Squadron to open up the games? Let's see. I am very interested in this.
Tech Lab next to that second factory as well, building on that barracks. And there's a lot of very, very fun things that you can do with this 2-factory setup. And we do have a couple of Hellions just on the way right now for the moment. Time will tell how deep this is actually going to end up going, though. I'm so curious. There is going to be that upgrade researching. That is, in fact, the Cyclone upgrade. So even though there's just Hellions being made right now, that is going to be the eventual transition.
Most likely, yes. Yeah, with a 3rd factory, it is, in fact, absolutely going to be Battle Mech. But this is going to be a neat little setup here. And this is something that for a while, HeroMarine has messed around with, more so though on the previous patch. But it is going to be something ByuN was a big fan of. You can see right there, Reynor started the Baneling Nest and canceled it. What did he see? Did he see the 2nd factory? Or did he see a lack of a starport? Let's see what his vision was.
Seen almost anything, right?
Oh, no, he did see. Oh, he got in with a ling. Oh, that's a big ling. Okay, that is a huge ling right here. We're going to see a fantastic wall at the natural and a nice Evo chamber block. Oh, man. Look at that lockdown defense from Reynor. Boom, 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 boom. Evo chambers galore. And I don't even think he lost a single drone there.
Fantastically done. He definitely didn't lose anything so far, really, outside of just maybe a couple of those early lings. Now, there is still that second phase of this kind of poking pressure, which is when the Cyclones start getting added in. If the Hellions can buffer just a little bit for the Queen damage, then the Cyclones can actually start getting a surprising amount of damage done, especially when the Queen count is not fully joined together. We do see the focus fire down on one of these Queens. The Transfuse coming on out and keeping that Queen alive the whole way through.
That was some excellent juggling of the Queens right there. Anytime one of them got locked onto, pulled it back to make the rest of the units for HeroMarine kind of run forward into that. Not a single one going down. And now we see a little counterattack coming in. This is great for Reynor. He is off to a bit of a flying start right here. Oh, and now he's got these units kind of pinned in the corner. Even if the Lings can't actually take the fight, he can keep him from escaping. And while these units get pinned into the corner, that is where the Cyclones start to struggle. They're trying to kite their way around. Good job from HeroMarine to keep the distance. But as the units get slowly whittled away, this tempo-based, this momentum-based style has been completely stopped in its tracks.
It's so tough when you just lose all of your Cyclones like that. Losing another Cyclone to just the Lings before the Hellions can really come in to reinforce is also going to sting. A little Ling counterattack as well, picking up a couple of worker kills. I mean, Reynor is just getting all of these little victories here and there, and they are absolutely halting the momentum, as you were saying, of HeroMarine.
Yeah, and I really do have to say that this is a momentum-based style. Interestingly, Reynor only getting one upgrade, it looks like, for his roaches, and maybe looking towards a really committed attack, a very strong hammer blow. He's going to throw down that infestation pit now, but usually when you're going up against mech, you're going to be going for the double attack upgrade style if you want to play a longer game. And of course, you're definitely going to be going for a higher drone count than this. You can, of course, play Swarm Host behind this, and that can be a strong macro style, but you are going to stay on that lower drone count. So I don't think this is going to be a hive. I do think we're going to see Reynor committing pretty hard to this Roach Ravager with a Swarm Host transition behind. But will Big Gabe even be able to survive this big attack? If he doesn't have a lot of tanks, it's going to be really difficult. And the surround coming in from the side.
Yeah, nice that he was able to find at least some escape path over there, but it is still at the cost of a handful of units. Ling's coming in from the backside as well. I mean, Reynor just really finding so many opportunities to catch all of these Cyclones, to catch those Hellions. HeroMarine sitting down in the dumps with his army supply. 3 Cyclones, 2 Siege Tanks, and 6 Hellions is all he has to defend against 20 plus Roaches, as well as all the Ravagers. Reynor is just going for the jugular now.
Yeah, and I mean, HeroMarine's completely dead. There is no world where he holds this. GG gets called, and Reynor brings the hammer down onto HeroMarine in game number 1. A bit of a weird kind of funky start. We didn't see that Ling getting in, but it was almost an instant scout on that from Reynor, as he was able to cancel the Baneling Nest and start the Roach Warren. And then the Queen transfuses were good. The Queen positioning was good. The Evo Chamber blocks were fantastic. A lot of times I fall into this this trap is you don't build those fast enough, and then drones body block themselves. But Reynor was so on top of it, never let HeroMarine find anything. And then this was the big moment right here where he trapped all of this the Cyclone Hellion. And from this point on, I mean, you're in such a difficult position as the Terran player. It feels like you kind of have to take a risk. And unfortunately, that risk was, okay, I delay my siege tanks even more, and Reynor just crushed them.
Yeah, the surround with not only the Roaches, but the Lings coming in from even further up north to try and catch and surround some more of these these Cyclones was just phenomenal. And then, of course, at the same time, losing more of those Cyclones a little bit further back. Just Reynor was so on top of this. I liked the idea of HeroMarine throwing in one of these mech builds because, again, Reynor is a really scary player to face off against right now. And the idea of going for something a little bit outside of what we oftentimes are seeing these days and like the most standard of ZVTs, I don't actually hate that idea. I think the kind of fear that I have in that situation though now is that HeroMarine has shot his shot. It clearly didn't work out. It's clearly something you probably don't feel super confident about doing again in game number 2 because it's a best of 3, Dave. You're down 0-1 now. You are 1 game away from being eliminated from the tournament. That was a heavy price to pay, I would say, for the shot.
That was a really heavy price to pay, and that was a feels bad game too. It's not like that was a close game where HeroMarine had opportunities. No, Reynor shut down absolutely everything, 100% of the stuff that his opponent did, and also caught the Cyclones not once, not twice, but 3 times on the map. And in different ways, different and creative ways too. One with the roach flank, one with the zoning lings to trap, and one where it was kind of a bad rally from HeroMarine, and HeroMarine wasn't expecting the units there. So in every way imaginable, that was domination from Reynor. But let's see if he can keep it up. Spawning down on the bottom left on Crimson Court, it is Basilisk Reynor.
And over here in the top right-hand side of the map, our red Terran player is Mouse Sports' HeroMarine. All right, Dave. I am just going to say it now. Would not mind if HeroMarine didn't go mech game 2.
Oh, I would be very upset if he did. If he goes mech again in game number 2. I'm going to assume he has a hot date back in Germany and he really wants to get home for it, because that got shut down about... I've seen a fair number of games of StarCraft in my life, and I've seen mech quite a bit as well versus Zerg. Very rarely does it get shut down that hard. It got absolutely slammed down.
Yeah, that really was one of those games where, of course, mech can work. It's a very much so something that you can mix in and you can find value and everything. But it's one of those games that you can just see someone making a Reddit thread after they play a ladder game like that. They're like, how is anyone supposed to go mech in any situation? Like, this is so bad because it just got shut down so hard in that ladder game or something that I play. I'm like, no, guys, seriously, mech does have a place in the game. We do see like battle mech finding some value sometimes, especially as a mix-in build. But Reynor was just so on top of it that game.
Yeah, and even if mech is not a crazy strat that you need your opponent to not figure it out, you know, completely, when your opponent figures it out that fast, it's really nice for them. We did see Reynor, by the way, going for the Extractor Trick 15 hatch in this game with the sneaky drone. This is the same thing Cyril did against Maru. Now, will Reynor go for the same build? We're going to be keeping an eye on that. Layer timing, idiot drone blocks its friend, and that's a drone snipe. Oh man, part of what makes this Extractor Trick 15 hatch so nice is that the Reaper is not supposed to be able to get anything done because your queens pop out 10 seconds earlier. So the fact that he gets a kill there is actually very nice for HeroMarine in terms of not fully resetting the mental from that first game, but at the very least, getting a good start. I know it's small, but it's a good start.
Yeah, it's definitely a feels good man kind of moment for sure.
Is this going to be another factory?
Idle SCV. I was just chilling here as this waiting for
Starport. Okay.
Starport. Yeah.
Thank God. I was like, please don't go mech again. Like, not with how... There is a time and a place for mech, unless you're Gumiho, because then that time and place becomes literally whenever you want. But after game 1, it is not now. It is not this game.
Is my build order out of touch? No. It's the children who are wrong.
It's the children who are wrong.
Yeah, this is I'm much more on board with something like this, and you can still use the early Hellions and everything, control a little bit of the map, put a little bit of pressure on, especially with the forward third base. But Dave, I was going to ask actually about when you go for these more forward third base locations, like say like a high yield gas and everything. How do you feel about kind of the typical follow-ups and everything that Zerg players do? Is there anything that you try to steer more toward or less toward throughout the rest of the game from here?
Well, I mean, the main thing for this one is that the high yield gas is going to enable a really powerful build. And with that fast layer coming down, even though Reynor is only going to be on 2 gases, he's going to be effectively on 3 gases. Now, HeroMarine will, of course, have watched the game that Cyril played on this map. Now, it looked really one-sided, and it's the same setup so far. It's Cloaked Banshee, which this does feel like it kind of blind counters, or not, maybe not hard counters, but counters pretty solidly. The Overlord moving across the map, the Roach, Ravager, Queen, Ling push. We don't have Ling speed, though, from Reynor, unless I'm mistaken. No Ling speed, right? No Ling speed. Okay, so this is already different, but it could look very much the same. And that is the value of something like this, is if it looks the same, unless HeroMarine can figure that out, he may over-defend against this. Now, what Maru was missing yesterday was siege tanks. and that's what he needed to defend it. But I don't think this is going to be a big commitment from Reynor. I think this is going to be a pretty massive fake out.
Okay, we'll have to wait and see. We are going to see Hellions fighting against some of these roaches over here, and they are able to, you know, burn down a couple of them. Looks like the queens are going to have to come in as backup, though, to eventually push this a little bit further back here. Reynor really trying to push as far in as possible. Going to start going after these supply depots. I mean, how far in do you really try to commit here? And that, I think, is going to be a really big question.
Well, I think he's just going to stay at range until he's going to go until he can, but he's going to stay at range for a while. Good micro with the Cyclones. It is mech behind this once again out of HeroMarine. We do have no bunker, no siege tanks. This is Reynor's droning behind this. This is not meant to end the game, but it actually just might. We do have Marauders being produced here. Queens are a little bit far forward off of creep. We're going to see a lot of damage. SCVs being forced to be pulled. And even if this does ultimately get cleaned up, look at the worker count right now. This was so bad for HeroMarine, even on the cleanup. This is so much damage taken. 60 drones versus 36 SCVs. And that, it's the same concept as what happened in the previous game. There was no siege tanks. There was no bunkers. There was no idea even really, no respect for this, I would say. And that is a really big problem.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And now I think is going to be a big question. What can HeroMarine do to counteract all the damage he just took? And naturally, the answer will be to move across the map, see what damage you can get done. You can already see that Reynor has a handful of these roaches already ready. I love that the Cloak Banshees are trying to get something done, and they do manage to pick up a couple of drone kills, but man, HeroMarine still has so much more needs to get done. Hyperflight rotors in production, though, that is going to be an interesting choice. And also, I'll say, just going straight back into adding on more of these Cyclones is going to be an interesting choice as well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he is, of course, going for that Hurricane Engines upgrade. But I feel like this is HeroMarine realizing he is in a really rough spot, and he needs to try and slow his opponent down. We did see some of the creep got cleaned up, but not all of it. This is going to be a follow-up push from Reynor. There's already such a massive jumping off point for Reynor in this game, and of course in this position as well, with very few siege tanks out. I feel like we might just see similar to what happened in the previous game. Reynor just going to come absolutely charging forward. There's only a couple of biles available for the one siege tank. He will pick it off. Cyclone's getting gunned down. The Banshees do have their speed now, and they need to kite against this, keep out of range of the Queens. Reynor, though, even if he gets cleaned up right now, he's finding a ton more damage. The trades have been fantastic. It's a 100 supply lead, and it won't be a cleanup. It will be Reynor moving on to the next round. Absolutely dominating performance from the Italian Stallion.
That it is, and Reynor going to be relieved that he's made his way past that round of 16 match against HeroMarine, eliminating him from the Esports World Cup. And now he's going to be able to move on to that round of 8, securing himself an extra $5,000 in the process. But I think we all know Reynor well enough. He is not going to be satisfied with just that. He is going to be looking for a victory, a gold finish. And nothing else less will, I think, satisfy him.
Yeah, and we had during the interview, I'm sure we'll get a little interview with Reynor after this. We had him during the interview. He said he wants to crush he was like, I love Hero as a person, but he has kind of dominated me a little bit earlier. And he said he wants to get the crush on that. But at the same time, if you do that without facing Hero, I don't know. We could have that match coming up in the round of 4. We're looking a little bit ahead in the bracket for now. But here we do see the attack coming in from Reynor. Once again, this just feels like Reynor was way too sharp for Gabe today. The macro looked incredibly crisp. He used the build order that Cyril used against Maru earlier against Reynor. Not in the sense that it was the same build order. It was a different build order, but he used the meta development of that build very effectively. And it just felt like this entire series was all Reynor.
It really was. There was no real major points like where it felt like HeroMarine was getting a big victory. I would say arguably the biggest victory HeroMarine had was in this game here. when he got the drone kill with the Reaper. that was like the biggest victory that I would say HeroMarine really got. And it's not because HeroMarine's a bad player, it's just Reynor is bringing a different kind of energy to this event. I know that he did have that rough series versus Hero, but besides that, Reynor has been absolutely slaying with his gameplay, and he just looked unperturbed versus Big Gabe.
Yeah, this looked like another day at the office for Reynor, and against someone who, yes, he's had a good record against historically, but HeroMarine has definitely been good against Reynor in the bigger matches, the really big matches. HeroMarine has absolutely shown up, and I hate to mention it again, but that IEM Katowice 2022 round of 4, HeroMarine was this close to making the grand finals, but Reynor was on a different level today and has been on a different level throughout this tournament so far. And like you said, he's going to be looking to really build off this momentum. We're not sure who his next opponent is going to be. It's going to be the winner of Oliveira and Classic. Of course, the A stream is covering that, but just a phenomenal, dominant showing out of Reynor.
No, absolutely. And that'll actually be a fun one as well. I believe we do actually have Reynor available and ready. Reynor, are you there, man? Can you hear us?
Here. Yeah, I'm here. Hello, guys.
Hey, congratulations, man. A very, very well executed victory. How you feeling coming in hot off your victory versus Big Gabe?
Feels pretty good. Gabe is always a scary opponent, especially best of threes. I think everyone can be scary. So it's always nice to get a W. I was kind of expecting him to play like that. So no big surprises there, honestly. But I'm glad I got the scout off on the second factory in the first game.
Yeah, that was a really fast scout.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious. What made you think that he was going to play like that?
Well, Gabe has had some success on the ladder against me versus Mech, with Mech. And, well, I'm pretty sure he was convinced I was weak against Mech. Maybe that could have been the case a couple of months ago, but I don't think that's the case anymore. And I think it showed in those games.
That's totally fair. Now, your next opponent is going to be the winner of Oliveira versus Classic. As far as I'm aware, because you're just coming off of your games, I'm sure you don't have a way of checking this. Oliveira is currently up 1-0. Are you looking forward to that match? Oliveira seems to be in pretty good shape right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think MeZVT is my best matchup alongside with ZVZ. Well, Oliver is always a tough opponent, but I'm definitely excited, yeah.
Dave?
Okay, so speaking of a little bit of the minutia of this entire series, I mean, first of all, I'm going to do a two-part question because they said I only get one question, but I'm going to do a 1A and a 1B. First of all, were you expecting it to be as straightforward or kind of easy looking as it was? Because you dominated that entire series.
Well, no, as I said, I wouldn't call Gabe easy. He's very scary, especially with some of his timings. But I think I got the perfect read on every single game, and I got the perfect way to deal with it, and that's why it kind of looked easy. I wouldn't say it was... well, obviously, if I did something different, it would not have looked like this.
Yeah. And then game 2, obviously the game yesterday between Cyril and Maru on Crimson Court, it was a different build order, but it was a similar concept. Did you kind of use that against HeroMarine with HeroMarine? Because I think the expectation going into that was that HeroMarine was thinking you were going to put on a pressure, but then drone super hard. And he completely underreacted to it. No bunker, no siege tank, no nothing. Just a wall at the front that you easily killed off, which ended up being even better for you because you got a bunch of depot kills. Then you killed a bunch of SCVs. Were you expecting that to kind of go as well as it did? Because that was very clearly a less dedicated pressure than what Cyril did. But it basically won you the game almost seemingly by accident.
It's actually kind of funny, the story behind that build, because I was practicing it, and then I wanted a second opinion on the build, so I sent a replay to Yona, and he told me he was basically doing the exact same thing already, but with link speed. So we kind of prepared the same build for the same map, pretty much. But I like this version more, and it's very, very strong, I would say.
It looked really dominant, and you looked dominant. I'm looking forward to you in the next match. Congratulations for now, and I'm sure we will see more of you. Yeah, good luck.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
God, Reynor gives the best interviews. He's so business right now, but even like, I miss that more players aren't like Reynor because he's got so much personality and so much swagger.
Dude, I'm actually getting flashbacks as soon as I saw him again of last year, where I think last year I was at the venue and I was kind of doing what Cass is doing, I think right now, where I was doing a lot of the interviews and stuff. And I was interviewing him so much because he kept winning as well. So I kept interviewing him after he was winning. And every single time he would see me, he was like, oh no, not again. Get out of here, Ravi. No, I don't want to do another interview. Stop interviewing me. I'm like, you need to stop winning, dude. You're also so much fun. I love his little personality. He's a little bit cheeky. I love that about him.
Yeah, and we actually do have an update on the bracket here. Obviously, Mario got that seed into the first round. He's facing off against Solar. ByuN, Cure both won their matches. Cure taking down Shin is a nice result for him after not the best.
Interesting.
Not the best result. He did have that stunning reverse sweep against Classic that put him into the situation to face off against Shin. But he did get a little bit taken to the cleaners by Hero, who just looks to be in some of the best form of his life. But we will take a look at our next upcoming match, which is going to be, I didn't even do this on purpose, Hero versus Spirit.
That it is. It is going to be a Protoss versus Terran, which I am very much looking forward to. This is going to be, I think, another match where I can see and understand people who will think like, oh, this is going to be a very one-sided potentially match. Hero should be a heavy favorite coming into this. I don't think people who believe that are wrong, but I think, again, Spirit is someone who is capable of pulling it out when he really gets put into the right situation for it. It's going to be a question, is Spirit in the right headspace for it? Can he bring out his best A game? Because he's going to need it against a player of the caliber of Hero. We're going to find out after the break, so don't go anywhere, as we're going to be moving into that next match from the round of 16 of the Esports World Cup.
Spirit, you lost 2 games against Terran players, which got you to the knockout stage, and your next game is against a Protoss player, who's Hero, who's been having a very good day yesterday. So how are you feeling, and how did you prepare for today?
Well, I actually knew I'm gonna play Protoss player, so I prepared already, and just do some small adjustments against him particularly. So yeah, I'm optimistic about this match, and it's on the best of 3, so it favors me more.
Okay, and I want to ask you a personal question. So what's your favorite thing about Riyadh or the EWC in general this year?
I like the weather, like for real.
You like the weather?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, yeah, to each his own. Thank you, Spirit.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات،
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده. الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here yet again for the Esports World Cup 2024, day number 4. We are moving into our third match here on the B stream for the day. It is going to be Hero versus Spirit, a Protoss versus Terran. Dave, is this, correct me if I'm wrong, how many Protoss games have we actually gotten to do on the B stream so far? I feel like not many. Any? Question mark?
No, we did Cure versus Classic.
Okay, you're right. We did.
It was a banger. We had a great series there. Yeah.
That is very true. Yeah,
we had that one, but I think that's it. I think that's it. We've had a lot of TBT, and we're going to be getting another TBT after this one in the form of ByuN versus Cure. But I am just excited to cast a Hero game because it feels like, even though he's starting from this very low position in the knockout bracket, it feels like he is just on a ridiculous heater right now. Like, he is, we've seen an evolution of Hero. His late game play in PvZ in particular has really improved. He's doing a little bit of keyboard reassembly. Hopefully everything's okay there, as he's doing what I used to do with Lego pieces when I was a kid.
You know, sometimes you just got to do your little quirks and things to get the nerves out, get ready for whatever stuff you're gonna have to do later on. Hero just getting his, I guess, stuff ready for, and Spirit is just chilling. Spirit is just contemplating the build, or he's like, I'm gonna proxy my barracks over here at this location. Just going over his game plan. Now, I think this is going to be a fun match, and I think Spirit sometimes can bring some really fun preparation for particular matchup stuff. I think especially in TVP, I feel like it's a matchup that can really reward specialized build orders and everything. You know, sometimes I think there are matchups like you can do specialized build orders and do something very particular for an opponent. Like in the ZVZ, you can absolutely do that. But the limits of how much you can do are definitely felt, because just there's certain things that you're just gonna die if you attempt it. to go too far off the beaten path. I feel like Protoss versus Terran is one of those matchups where you can kind of get away with doing a little bit more funky stuff sometimes. And I think there's always a little bit of fun in something like that I think Spirit can sometimes bring to the table.
I think on both sides there's a lot of variance, and there's a lot of little subtle differences, whether it's, you know, opening a Depth Stalker, building an early Zealot, going Gate Nexus Cybernetics Core versus going Gate Cybernetics Core Nexus. There's so many little variations on both sides, and of course for the Terran you can open up, you know, Quick Reaper, you can open up Marine Reactor for a quick 3 Marine opener to deflect any early adepts. There's so much variance and so many little different things you can do in this matchup, and there's a lot of opportunity for very small things to have a very big impact in that first, I would say, basically the whole game really, but in the first like 4 minutes of the game, a lot can happen that can really put one player ahead or behind. And I think that is what might be the big difference in this series, is that Hero is so good at finding those little edges, the same way that Max Pax, for example, is with that early, you know, first adept, second adept, the early first couple of stalkers. He loves that 3-gate pressure. Hero, though, a lot less predictable, very difficult to see what he is going to do and throw at you.
No, I think that's so true. He's less predictable, not only in terms of what he's going to throw at you, but also, I will say, Hero is just sometimes a little bit less predictable with his form. And I think it's so great to see that he seems to be in good form for this event, especially in those PVZs that he's been able to play, where he was able to defeat Reynor up in that group stages. He was able to take Cyril really to the edge to a game 5. Hero's definitely been playing some really, really great PVZ. And it's worth mentioning, his lineup of players that he played in the group stage was Solar, a Zerg player, Cyril, a Zerg player, Reynor, a Zerg player, Cyril again, a Zerg player, and then he did play one Terran, which was the form of Cure. So I'm actually so interested to see how he's going to be feeling approaching this series versus Spirit. I do feel like this is going to be, again, a match that he should be relatively favored in, but Spirit, I'm sure, had the opportunity to at least look at those games versus Cure and just to see, like, okay, is there anything I can really do? Cure seems to be in good form. Like, what are my options here? Because there's a little bit less opportunity to do the same studying, I would say, for Spirit's games, who just played 2 TVTs.
That's very true. And something to note as well is it does feel like Hero really prepared very hard and very heavily with a huge focus on PVZ. Now, he could also still have a stunning PVT, and obviously him taking down Cure 3-1, especially after Cure was kind of on the momentum track with that reverse sweep versus Classic, it's pretty telling that his PVT is still very good, obviously. But it does seem like he focused a lot more on PVZ, and specifically late game PVZ, army movement, mothership recalls, you know, compositional swaps, and obviously he's always been a fantastic micro player, but for me the strategic decision making in that matchup has really leveled up, not 1, not 2, but like 4 or 5 levels. Like, it really feels like he's gone from being this you know, ultra aggressive Protoss that obviously invented that 4-gas Zealot Stalker style, mass upgrades, you know, playing like a Zerg, into retooling, which is really, really cool to see. But it does mean that there's potential that his TVP or his PVT and maybe even PvP haven't had that same level of TLC.
Yeah, I think that's entirely fair. It's very much possible. I think when you look at the lineup of players, there's a lot of very strong Zerg players that I think you're maybe worried about. I do think, I don't necessarily know if Hero's gone for so much, I would say, as you kind of put it, retooling of his PVT. But I do think when you look at the lineup of players who did manage to qualify for the Esports World Cup, there's no doubt in my mind that Hero has absolutely been thinking a little bit about Terran versus, or Protoss versus Terran, especially when you just look at the fact that of the players, 9 of the players are going to be Terrans. The Zerg players that made it here are very scary. So absolutely, it's been great to see how good his PVZ has been looking, just to take on like a Reynor, a Cyril, or a Solar. But man, I have no doubt in my mind that Hero's also been thinking, all right, Protoss versus Terran, I know, like, just statistically, if I make a run through this bracket, I will have to play at least a Terran, if not a couple. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing how he's going to be looking in shape, because he looked, I think you were talking about earlier, Classic had a Cure had a very good series versus Classic in that TVP, then went on to face off versus Hero, who did manage to get a 3-1 over him. So Hero's TVP or PVT is looking to be in pretty good shape. I think we are just waiting. I'm guessing, I'm taking a random stab in the dark here, that in the earlier camera footage that we had of Hero and Spirit, Hero had an admin at his computer, so I'm guessing that they're like sorting out some issues, and that is why we are hanging out here and talking about this series so much. No, it's not just because Dave loves the sound of his own voice.
I mean, it's that a little bit, but that's not, you know, the main reason.
That's like 10% of it.
Yeah,
90% is the admin thing.
Yeah, but still, 10%, that's a better chance than Coffee had to beat ByuN earlier today. So I damn.
Stop it. He's already dead.
He's already dead. So like it's literally at this moment that his key is being crushed by the hydraulic press or something, and it's he was already in physical pain, and I said something and he sneezed and like pulled a muscle in his ribs or something. He's like his tournament is awful. He can cry though into his $15,000 check, so it's not so bad for him.
Yeah, there is still a lot of money that the players are walking away with when they get eliminated. So I think every player that's just made it to this stage should absolutely feel quite happy and proud. I know obviously there's going to be players like us. If Cyril just got eliminated in round of 16 and only ended up getting $15,000, I know he would of course feel disappointed or something, but I think every player should still be relatively happy about, man, there is still a very nice payday for having made it here. That is in and of itself quite the accomplishment. There was an entire year's worth of, a year and a half worth of work into making it for this event, to getting the EPT points or making it through a qualifier in the case of say like a Showtime or something. There was a lot of work put in to earn that $15,000 minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, and man, I got to cast that that EWC last chance qualifier. That was one of the most electric, like, I know that we were talking about it, and I was saying I counted as a premier tournament, and it's kind of ridiculous because, you know, it was missing so many of the players, but it really had the feel, the vibe of like a world championship, which is crazy to say for an 8-player double elim online tournament where there technically wasn't really a winner. Obviously there was, because Shin won it and then Showtime qualified as well, but it just had such a huge feeling of this importance to it. We are going to now take a look at the players here as they're getting on stage. So it looks like whatever issue Hero may have had with his, I think it was the shift key, looking at the shape. Oh, he's actually, did he swap keyboards? That's a different color of keycaps. If he's playing on a different keyboard, that's actually huge.
Yeah, actually, you're definitely right about the keycaps, because I remember thinking in my head like, oh, those keycaps are so colorful, and now he's got the same keycaps as I have. He has this like lightish blue, or like kind of like darkish lightish blue, and then like gray. But that is crazy to think about, that you're going to be switching out your keyboard potentially because of an issue. So we'll see how he's going to be feeling about this. I think even with that, I'm still going to give some favoritism to our boy up here in the top left-hand side of the map, Oceanborn, our red Protoss player. Put your hands together for Hero. It's going to be representing good old team Weibo Gaming.
And his opponent spawning down in the bottom right for Na'Vi. It is Spirit. Now, we are going to be looking at the very first bit of this game. Hero, so normally, and I don't want to, you know, say that it's going to be easy for Hero, because we are all creatures of habit, and when you have to switch things up as big as a keyboard, I do think the mouse is probably a little bit more important, but the shape of a keyboard can really, really mess with you. But if there's one player that it feels like his instincts are just so good and like can kind of manage it through that chaotic situation, I do feel like Hero is going to be one of those players. We do see he is checking around the natural, making sure he's not getting proxied there. But for now, well, he's just kind of zoning around with this. Looks like he's really anticipating maybe an engineering bay block. Yeah, I think that's what this probe is doing. He's looking for an engineering bay block.
Yeah, very, very nice. Okay, I'm like blanking a little bit on this right now, Dave. Was Hero the one that had like the most ridiculous hotkey setup or something?
Yes. Pig.
Yeah.
Pig is like he has so much more to say about Hero's hotkey setup than anyone in history. No one is more obsessed with any subject than Pig is with Hero's hotkey setup.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm just gonna put it out there. And I actually will say it's funny that you were saying like mouse is probably more impactful than keyboard. To me, actually, I've had a much easier time adjusting to mice than keyboard. Because I think because I think for me, the mouse, I can get the sensitivity level to where I want it to be.
Right.
Just like eventually I can tinker with that. But when I'm moving my keyboard hand around to try and hit hotkeys without looking or something, and my hand is maybe like gliding a little bit further across the keyboard, that is what throws me off, is when the spacing or something is different, things like that. But I was gonna say, lead this into, if a player maybe doesn't use hotkeys and stuff as much, then maybe it's gonna affect him a little bit less. I don't know.
I mean, it's entirely possible. This build order setup from both players is a little bit funky. So we've got Stalker, Sentry, Stalker with a blind shield battery. Hero not scouting across the map. Spirit doing the same, also not scouting. But even though he opened up with the Reaper and a Marine and a quick bunker, he actually kept that Reaper back for a very long time. So both players playing very passively. Hero is the kind of player that feels like he really wants to get in your face early. So that is a little bit surprising to me. We're going to see him trying to intercept this Reaper, but it should be able to escape. Yeah, takes 5 shots to get the kill and just a safety grenade to retreat. I'm really intrigued by what Hero could be doing here. But of course, with that quick sentry, he will have the hallucination scout, and he will be able to see that that looks to me like very early, maybe Banshee tech. Usually I would say Raven, but with the starport and tech lab being this quick and the emphasis on trying to deny this scout, that is what it feels like it is going to be. And there it is. Starts up the Banshee, starts up Cloak. Oh man, this is very nice for Hero that he gets the scout on it early and that he started the robotics facility so damn fast.
Easy choice to just go straight for that observer. I think it's something that in general Protoss players are going to want to do anyways when they're going for the robo this quickly. But this is going to really solidify his opportunity to just say, all right, yeah, like, I do need to make sure I do not skimp on my observer. I do really need to get that up. Can't just go for like an immortal or a warp prism really quickly to put on some kind of pressure or something. So, well, should be very well set up. And it's kind of funny because in these situations, we do sometimes see the Terran player say, it's been scouted. Maybe I could just cancel it and then just reinvest the resources somewhere else. They're going to be investing in early detection and stuff probably anyways early, but so you're just going to just stick with it.
Yeah, and I think that's a decent call because sometimes you can have the situation where you're like, oh, it's scouted, so you're not going to, like, I scouted it, so you're not going to go for it now because you know that I scouted it. And it becomes this weird, like, double blind situation, or not even double blind, but like double bluff situation where one player then underreacts, which is kind of what it felt like happened with Reynor versus HeroMarine in game 2 of their series on Crimson Court, where HeroMarine was like, oh, you're doing this build, like, surely you won't do anything else behind it. Or surely this is just a build off of Yuna's build, off of Cyril's build, and you're faking this, but that wasn't the case. Now, I'm actually a little bit surprised here. I thought we were going to see Hero go 3 observers right away, but he actually went 2 observers and an immortal with a very late robotics bay. Really late robotics bay relative to how fast he could have had that down. Now, it is worth noting that we see a fast 3rd command center out of Spirit. So any potential push is not going to be as powerful as it could be. Very quick Templar archives coming in from Hero, relatively speaking. And wait, hang on. He canceled. Yeah, he canceled the robotics bay. Did he just realize that it was late and then said, oh, crap, I can't do this? We do see the observer, by the way, is going to spot these Cloak Banshees. This is fantastic positioning.
Yeah, and Blink is also finished up, so he can use the 1 Stalker to blink forward if he wants to. He does have some more Stalkers a little bit further back, but not going to have them in position just in time. Observer going to keep an eye out on those Banshees. And yeah, like you were saying, he doesn't have the robotic span anymore, so it is just going to be Templar Archives and no Storm or anything coming out just yet either, it seems like, for the moment.
Oh, a little bit of a bait coming in from Hero right there. Can he split the target fire? Oh, almost perfect. That is something that players like Max Packs have gotten extremely good at, is splitting up their Stalker shots. Hero does still get the higher HP Banshee and almost kills the second one. Nice little bait from Hero. He was waiting for those units to move back in. But we are going to be seeing a move out to the left side. I don't think Hero saw that. His observer is kind of, yeah, there we go. We got a vision of it right now. It is a little bit further out. There is an observer on the left side, as we can see right there. And yeah, very Pig Baby-esque. That's invoking an old school name, but still good observer positioning. As long as the Stalkers are, well, pretty much right where they are, as we can see, they're going to be close enough to being in position. Obviously, you need 9 Stalker shots to one-shot a medevac, but this is still good positioning out of Hero. Spirit, though, setting up for a 1-2 punch.
Yeah, it is going to be a very, very scary thing to try and face off against, but that Storm upgrade now finishing on up makes it so tough for Spirit. With the good number of High Templars around out on the map, this is going to be very difficult for him to try and just take an easy engagement into, especially when the Protoss player is at that point now where they have things like the charge lots to buffer. They're going to have like a War Prism where they can load up those High Templar into, or at least you're at that stage of the game where you can have that, assuming that the War Prism stays alive. And okay, 7 workers, not bad.
Not very good, in fact. Almost was a lot more. That was a pretty quick reaction time out of Spirit, and it still found great value there. Good job from Hero. So this drop has already achieved 2 things. One, it forced the army of Spirit back, and because I think he saw it, and I think he stemmed back with the army. And then 2, it also got that big damage done. So a really effective drop so far. We are going to see, oh my goodness, this looks like Hero's going for a big attack right now. And Spirit, I don't think, has any idea about it. Vikings kind of sharking around right here. They will get sniped down instantly. And this army of Spirit, it is a little bit kind of caught out. This could turn into a bit of a weird base trade. There will be a drop in the natural, so it looks like Hero says, okay, no, I'm going to recall. And this may be a bit of an abort on part of the attack, but he's actually going to recognize that Spirit is out on the map with a lot of army. This is going to get so messy so fast.
I know, it's so important to note that with the recall being used there, it means that none of these units that are committing to the attack can be recalled. So that effectively means that Hero is going to be giving up one of his bases. He does, again, yes, force a liftoff on that base in the bottom side of the map, but he's losing a lot of workers. He needs to take a good fight over here. He kills off a majority of that army with the Storm. So that is a great set of trades there in a lot of senses there for Hero. But he is not quite there yet. He still has to take care of this army that's doing a lot of damage to his economy.
Yeah, and he did not pull the probes away from his 4th base. That is very unfortunate. Nice Storm drops in the main base. Going to be able to find some good value. Oh, he just blasted a bunch of his own probes. If we look at the battle report, yeah, Hero just killed 7 of his own probes. Oh no, that is a disaster. He just took huge damage on his probes already. I feel like Hero actually just needs to go. He's got an army supply lead. He just cleaned up a lot of what his opponent has. That one medevac getting away with a full payload, barely alive. This feels like a do or die moment right now for Hero. He's taken a massive wallop to his economy, and it feels like he really needs to get something done on the other side of the map.
No, he absolutely does. I will say he did manage to kill a lot of units there, but every second that goes by, Spirit is rebuilding more and more of that army. He's already almost equalizing that army supply, with some of that maybe just being still in production, but he's got to go. He's got to go now. EMPs come out, but actually the Ghosts, have they used all their energy? The High Templars are still in the back. I just don't even know if there's enough energy for Storm, but maybe he doesn't even need it.
Storm is definitely going to be a high impact setup right here, a high impact spell. There are a few more Ghosts now. He's looking for the EMP. Hero anticipates though and dodges. Does manage to land a small Storm. Spirit actually stepping back into it. I think that was no, it's not enough damage yet. It's still an economy lead for Spirit. The drop from earlier did get back out. We see a rotation towards the 4th base. It is already a planetary fortress, so that's going to be so tough to break. Looks like EMP did once again miss the High Templar. Good job there from Hero to have them spread out nicely. Spirit, can he defend against this attack? He's got a nice arc at the top of the ramp, but there's a lot of firepower. Good interception on one of those disruptors, but the Storm's blanketing everything.
Storm soften up a lot of this army. The charge lots really coming in clutch as well to clean up a majority of that Bioforce. And finally, it feels like Hero is maybe slipping a little bit too far ahead in army supply.
Oh, yeah.
And he is charging on forward into that production line. He's taking care of the SCVs. And despite how scary that got for a moment, it does look like Hero is going to be able to do it. Colossus may fall, but Hero does not look like he will. Game number 1 goes his way.
It certainly does. A lot of things to talk about in that game. One, the fact that Hero was dodging the EMPs. I think he dodged like 4 or 5 EMPs. And if even, maybe not one, but if 2 of those EMPs had landed, I think Spirit holds. Particularly the last set of EMPs that got dodged to allow the High Templar Storms to land. We are going to see a little bit of an instant replay here on this game because this was a wild game. Obviously, Hero did clean up a lot of the multi-prong of Spirit, and the Storm drop, oh man, oh god, those probes. Oof.
Yeah.
Lost a lot of zone probes there. Yeah.
It was such a cool choice from Spirit to go for the base trade there, but I mean, in the end of the day, he ended up losing so much army supply in exchange for a lot of the worker supply, but he just didn't have enough time to actually rebuild what he needed to defend, right?
I think he actually could have defended this if those EMPs had managed to land on the High Templar. But once again, I really want to highlight the fact that, like, right there's 2 dodges, dodges on the EMPs. There's another point right here, yeah, where I think we saw 1 EMP get dodged right there. And then there's, I think, 2 more EMPs that try to land. But every single High Templar was able to retain their energy during this. And Hero was keeping them at arm's length consistently. And it was these storms here that really allowed him to power through. Without those storms, I mean, it's 1-1 bio versus 1-0. It's a ton of medevacs healing. Like, I really think that Spirit would have been able to hold otherwise.
That is so tough for Spirit for that first game. Still, I would say overall a clutch and kind of competitive game for sure. And I was talking earlier about how a lot of people will maybe consider Hero to be a pretty big favorite coming to the series, but I think that absolutely establishes that Spirit is someone who's capable of taking a game off of Hero, if not a series off of Hero in a best of 3. He can do it if he can just bring in the right energy. Like you were saying, a lot of those EMP dodges and stuff, I will say some of those dodges were not so much just to say dodges, but it did seem like Spirit was going for EMPs that he would like see, and some of this can be also because vision. He doesn't see the entire map like we do, so he doesn't know exactly what the High Templars are. So he's going for the EMP on, say, like the Immortal and the Colossus seems like a good value thing, and immediately afterwards the High Templar kind of rears its head and throws out a storm. So some of those moments just kind of paying out a little bit better for Hero, I feel like.
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say, I'll talk about it in a little bit, but we have spawning down in the bottom right for Weibo Gaming. It is Hero.
And up here in the top left-hand side of the map, we have representing Team Na'Vi. It is Spirit.
Yeah, and what I wanted to say there is it's not so much that he dodged them in the sense of like dodgeball, where it's like you see the EMP coming and you manage to get out of the way. It's more so that the positioning was consistently making it so hard for Spirit to find those good EMPs, whether it be denying vision, like you say, keeping them out of range, or whether it be, just spreading them out and anticipating where Spirit was going to throw those EMPs. Because it was actually, we saw both out of Hero there, and that's really difficult to do in the kind of interaction. It's a dance that for a long time I feel like a lot of Protoss players have struggled with, but we saw Hero doing a really good job with it there. And of course, something else to note is when Archons are in the mix, they kind of act as a bit of a magnet for those EMPs. You kind of have to use it on them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a high value target to also EMP just because it is purely shields, right? You think, oh, I can EMP this 3 times or something and it'll still be finding some value. So I totally get it. It absolutely is something that is quite valuable to do, but we saw how impactful those High Templars were, and we're gonna have to keep an eye out to see whether or not Hero decides to go for another one of those fast storm openings, or if he's going to go into the Colossus transition. I guess that game went far enough along that he had both of them anyways, so could very well be a similar situation if the game goes late enough again this game.
Yeah, once you get up to 4 bases, there's really no reason to not have Colossus and Storm online. Even now, there's still some Protoss players that don't like Storm. They usually like to go Colossus Disruptor. But I do think that Storm is just such a powerful tool. And even it's tough when your opponent has like 10 ghosts on the field, for sure. But, you know, the Prism, there's so much potential for Storm. I think it's just a valuable tool. Oh, no. That is not meant to happen right there. We talk about the Hero Probe, and that is a Hero Probe if ever there was one. That just kills off an SCV, and I think the Reaper is now coming home to clean this up because the Marine is getting... Nope, never mind. That's a Stalker crossing the map. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. This is so bad for Spirit.
This is quite tilting. There's not 2 more Marines coming out, and that is actually an awkward number to try and get enough units out to just defend, just because the Marine had been softened up. But the Cyclone coming out is what's going to push him back. Yeah, because if it was just the Marines, of course, like the timing of the Cyclone coming out is going to be standardized. He should just be expecting that at this point. But you can see you have to wait for the Cyclone. The Marines themselves are not enough to actually get that SCV down to finish the command center.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't have been. If it was just if he had gone for like a quick tech lab or a quick Widow Mine or something, that could have been really uncomfortable for a while. As it was, this has already put Hero into a great position in this game. He's up 9 workers. Obviously, mules do equalize a little bit, but they cannot equalize that much of a difference. This is a great start for Hero. He once again has gone for this quick hallucination, and he manages to see that it is the medevac, and I believe he saw the tech lab, right? Can we confirm that? I think we're about to have production check anyways. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he sees it. Okay, that's good information to have. Now, this isn't going to be as quick Cloak Banshees as we saw in the other game. It will, of course, be that Raven. But knowing that it is the Tech Lab, or knowing that an add-on comes in, so it's not going to be a follow-up Liberator or maybe even a second medevac to be crazy, is really good. And, of course, now that he knows that it was a medevac to start, he's going to be thinking, yeah, probably would a Mind Drop. And we can see a perfect Stalker split.
Yeah, got a couple of Stalkers in the Sentry over in the main base. Had one of the most common angles for the medevac to come in from. Got a Stalker that was warping in at the natural. Got a couple more that have now been positioned there. So should be ready to intercept this drop if it decides to pop in. And honestly, at this point, I think Spirit also knows that it's sort of been scouted. Oh, catch on the Cyclone. This is so nice for Hero.
Yeah, is he going to confirm the kill on that? Spirit actually could have gotten away, but I think the Cyclone did just get picked off. There was just enough room to get away, but he did actually get the kill. That's very unfortunate for Spirit. Now, one thing that's good for Spirit is that he does scout that it is a 2-base Colossus opener. He saw the 3rd and 4th gas, and of course, he saw the robotics bay itself. And that does mean that Hero's going to be a little bit more committed to tech, so that economic advantage that he had earlier is going to start to not disappear, but it is slowed down a little bit. Also was a tiny bit supply blocked when his Robo Bay finished, so his Colossus isn't as fast as it could be, which when you're dedicating to more tech, every couple seconds does matter.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some Terran pushes that really try to capitalize in on the timing where a Protoss player maybe has 1 Colossus, but not 2 or something. And maybe the second Colossus just popping out every couple of seconds can absolutely matter. Doesn't seem like it's necessarily going to be an immediate concern for Hero this game, though, as Spirit is just continuing to power up as many of these units as possible, getting up stim, +1 weapons, and everything else. So you should have plenty of time to get up to a comfortable number.
Yeah, absolutely. I just more so a little bit of friction coming in from Hero's build order, which is not what you want to see. Not what you want to see. But so far, it is still a very good start for Hero. I do like his position in this game so far. Spirit, 3rd command center behind this. He is going for a 3-1 timing, as it were, a quick 3 racks pressure with the stim, the combat shields, the +1 weapons, which is, for like 4 years was pretty much the dominant way to play this matchup. That kind of around 7-minute timing push. Now, obviously, Terrans have gotten a little bit more dynamic as Protoss players have gotten better at figuring it out, but it is still, even now, like just a very valid way to play.
Yeah, absolutely. Get to see exactly how it's going to be panning on out against Hero, who's also set up in a very kind of like nice standard sort of PvT setup, where maybe had some interesting ways in how he got here, but yeah, I'm going to be dealing with some Raven harassment. Actually, a little bit late on the probe pull, so it does end up losing a couple of probes over there. But yeah, I mean, Hero's going to be getting up to that good old 3 Colossus count, getting up some switching to some of those disruptors, adding on the double forge now. Finally going to be trying to play a little bit of catch up with the upgrades. We do see that the Stalkers scout the move out over here, which is a very, very big thing, because if you can reposition your army best to handle the army moving across the map, that is one of the most helpful things that a pro player can do against a push.
Yeah, and part of the reason why Hero's probe pull might have looked a little bit late is that Spirit was pushing out with his main army. So Hero was looking at the 4 Stalkers on the other side of the map. Just a nice little play from Spirit. It wasn't so much a mistake from Hero as it was just a good play from Spirit, and it nets him a fair number of probes, maybe more than he would have normally gotten. But for 2 auto turrets, I'm so used to watching Clem play. It feels like every auto turret is guaranteed to kill 2 probes whenever I watch that. But it's important to remember that that's not necessarily the case. Now, we do see something that I'm a really big fan of in this matchup, which is when you are playing up against Terran, you delay your upgrades a little bit. If you do that, you go for the double forge follow-up. I think there are way too many Protoss players and way too many times that Protoss players will have a delayed upgrade setup and they still only go single forge, and they just end up playing from behind in that scenario for the whole game. But when you get up to 1-1 and then you start up a really fast 2-2, you throw down a little bit of chrono, you can have some really powerful ground units. And if there's one thing Hero loves, it is making units and attacking. And obviously, you know, something like a strong fast 2-2 timing can really enable that. What do you make of this fast Dark Shrine?
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't mind it at all. I feel like it is one of those things where if you look overall, obviously there's been a little bit of Raven harassment. Spirit has not been up in his business all that much, so it does feel like Hero's had a little bit of space to get up his ideal unit composition, and he can afford to go for something like this Dark Shrine, throw out a few extra DTs where he can just put a little bit of light pressure on, especially if it's when Spirit decides to move out or put some actual real pressure on himself sometime soon. But there's not really a whole lot that I hate about it. It's just a really, really nice way to put on like low supply investment pressure on your opponent.
Yep. We are seeing something very interesting out of Spirit right here. So if we take a look at his main base right now, you can see on the production tab that there were 4 ghosts in production, which means that he went, instead of the more standard 3 tech lab, 2 reactor setup, he has gone 4 tech lab, which means he can pump so many Marauders, so many ghosts at a time. It is normal to see a lot of tech labs when you get up to like 8 barracks, but to see 4 tech labs this early on is quite notable. We are going to see Hero going for a very aggressive blink forward into the army. Disruptor shots will kind of cover the move, and it's a big stim from Spirit, but that was a bit of a wild attack. It does net him the kill on the sensor tower, which is actually kind of nice. Can we take a look at the battle report on that? I wasn't even really expecting the fight, so I wasn't paying as close attention. A lot of Widowmines go down, but it's a fair number of gateway units. I would say that's a better trade for Spirit. Yeah, I would say that's a better trade for Spirit.
Yeah, minor little skirmish there.
It's really minor. Yeah, it's really minor.
Yeah, both players gonna already be maxed out again, so it is definitely a nice little bit of a skirmish there. Disruptor number 1, yeah, comes out, gets a pretty decent connection there as well. So nice pickup there for Hero. And this is what I was gonna say. You were talking about, like, you know, getting up a lot more ghosts, getting up a lot more Marauders. It's kind of funny to me because those are the units that I feel like the disruptors are gonna just care about the least. It's like, oh, you're a Marine, is he killing?
He just killed one of his own disruptors for sure. Yeah, that was not meant to happen.
I'm like, you're sitting here complimenting the disruptor. Like, I feel like the disruptors are really going to compliment.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. I was like, they're going to be so good.
I don't want them.
Get them out of here. Yeah, so he's obviously freeing up supply. How many gateways do we have Hero going up to right now? Okay, so he is going a little bit gateway heavier. We do see a rotation coming in from Hero, and he will find this gas, but he's got to be careful about not getting surrounded, which is what Spirit is looking to go for. Hero might be a little bit cornered right now. He needs the disruptor shots to land big, but this arc is looking really good. Great dodges on the disruptors. Oh, force fields, though. Really nice force fields, and that will enable him to retreat out. That should have, by all accounts, been a disaster, but he managed to get out. However, during all that, Blink DT sniped to the 4th base, Zealots in the main base, and even though that looked really bad for Hero from the eye test, it enabled him to break this game wide open economically.
Yeah, 41 workers killed off. 2 of the 4 tech labs also picked off as well. So Marauder and Ghost production going to be heavily stinted for a little bit. And Hero is buying himself also just a lot of time to rebuild with the DTs, because the DTs are just occupying this army, dragging him off into the corner, as Spirit really just wants to be able to charge across the map, punish the fact that he's been able to kill off a decent amount of the army supply to reset the disruptor count. And Hero looks like he might be maybe able to pounce in from multiple angles. He's gonna try and charge in kind of a little bit disjointed here. This may end up working out, but it's a kind of weird fight for him to take.
This is totally fine for Hero. He is catching a Spirit that was not really ready for the fight. Spirit is so all in with this army. He's not building SCVs behind this. He has rebuilt to a decent count, but Hero's tech is so far ahead. At this point, he just needs to clean up the army. Spirit's going to try and snipe the Stalkers so that he can get out of here, but I don't think he's going to be able to get out with all these medevacs. 1 empty medevac goes down. That's best case scenario for Spirit. Hero can actually continue to chase this, and I am pretty sure we are actually already going to see the... Well, I just don't see any way that Spirit can possibly win this game.
Being down 80 supply, sometimes in PvZ, it can happen, and you can still make something happen because your opponent has Swarmos or Roaches or something, and it inflates the supply. This is now one of those matchups where being down to 80 supply is a thing.
Yes, and it's a true telling of 80 supply. 40 supply of it is workers, which is notable, but it's still a 30 army supply advantage. We've got Hero outmaneuvering Spirit, and Spirit just says, okay, well, this is fine. I wanted to go for the base trade anyways. Yep. But it is, okay, we're going to see a recall as well as a gunning of the base. Now, where did he recall to? He's got to be a little bit careful with that 1 Colossus, but actually, does he even really need to be that careful? I think as long as he has battery overcharge... Okay, there we go.
I do think you have to be a little bit careful because there is a chance that Spirit does like the stutter step micro back against slightly slower units and gradually goes up to the next or something, but that is just not going to happen. GG gets called. Hero is going to be able to take the series 2-0, eliminates Spirit, and moves on to the round of 8.
Oh, yeah, he does. Fantastic showing there from Hero. Really gets the job done. And I gotta say, that looked a little scary for Hero when, now granted, he was killing the planetary fortress. He was getting a lot of damage done. Killed, like you said, more than 40 SCVs during all this. But this moment right here that we are going to be looking at in a moment on the instant replay, where he gets surrounded in the corner, was actually a really, really scary moment. Spirit was doing a great job of zoning the disruptors, and those force fields were so damn clutch, because if he doesn't drop those force fields and tries to recall out, I am almost certain he loses nearly everything.
No, I think the force fields were incredibly important. The timing of the disruptor shots to pull the army back like 1 by 1 was really important. And I think also just, again, it's the fact that the DTs, we were talking about this earlier, the DTs are a really nice way to put low supply investment pressure on your opponent. DTs themselves, yes, if you just lose them and they don't get a lot of damage on, they're actually quite expensive. But it's the fact that you can have a large army and have a large army supply available and still put like intense pressure on your opponent's economy by doing that kind of segmented off pressure without taking away a lot of your army supply, without occupying it, because these players were maxed out before that kind of big fight over in the corner where Hero ended up getting surrounded. It was the fact that he was able to segment off and get that much damage done with just, I think it was like 4 or 5 DTs and a couple of Zealots.
I think it was a few more than 4 or 5, because it does take a lot to snipe a planetary, but it was not that intense of an investment relative to how good his economy was. And that's something that a lot of Terran players have struggled with, is in the later stages of the game, historically struggling against those blink DTs, just blinking on a planetary fortress and 3-shotting it once they get up to that +2, +3 weapons. Now we are going to see the bracket there. We can see Hero has made his first foray towards that attempt at the Final Four. This was absolutely a you know, a match he was favored in, but it was still a really nice showing from him. He's going to be waiting on the winner of Showtime Gumiho, which is going on the A stream. For us, though, we do have our next match, and it is going to be that round of 8 match. It is going to be ByuN versus Cure. And I'm really looking forward to this one because both of these players have looked simultaneously really good in some of their matches and then have still wanted more, I'm sure.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's especially comes to mind, I think, for me with ByuN, where he's had some really, really good dominant series and everything, and we're looking forward to seeing what he's going to be capable of pulling out here. And I know what you mean as well. Also, similar with Hero versus Classic, very close series, but obviously ended up losing that. So, or Cure versus Hero. But with that being said, guys, that means that we're going to be heading to a short break before we move into our first round of 8 match. We'll see you guys after the break with Cure versus ByuN. Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here and ready to move into our first round of 8 match. We are going into ByuN versus Cure, a Terran versus Terran, to decide who is going to have to walk away from the Esports World Cup here in this round of 8, and who is going to get to move on to the next round of the knockout bracket.
Absolutely. This is going to be a crazy series for these two players. There is... I'm sorry, I'm a little bit distracted. There's a crazy match happening right now on A-Stream between Showtime and Gumiho. Game 1 base trade, it's a mirror of what happened earlier in Home Story Cup. Oh my God, he just sniped another Liberator. We do have the match in front of us that is going to be very exciting, but obviously everything is on the line for all of these players. It is a really intense day for everyone.
No, it absolutely is. We are still also in the best of 3s for the knockout bracket, so still a lot on the line for both of these players, and it's going to be, again, ByuN versus Cure, two players who have had an interesting run through the tournament today, but also just against each other are unbelievably evenly matched. They've played a lot of games against each other, against like across the years, 55 series to 51. Dave, you're smiling, so I'm assuming that you're watching the mainstream and that Showtime is doing well.
No, we just lost Last Stalker. Okay. No, it's over. Oh my God,
Yeah.
That was insane. That was insane. I just ignored everything you said. I'm so sorry. But that was
okay.
Such a crazy finish. God damn it. I won't spoil what happened. We won't spoil what happened, but you're going to want to rewatch that game for sure. Regardless, now we can talk about the game that's in front of us. Yes, a TVT ByuN versus Cure. Both of these players, as I said before the break, they want more. They're not going to be happy with the finish that they're at yet. And the fact that they're both kind of at that, I don't want to say middling performance, because this is the World Championship. These are the top 18 players in the world. This is not going to be enough for them. At this level, you want more. For a tournament of this size, the biggest we've ever had for StarCraft II's history. So this is definitely going to be a test of, I would say, who wants it more in this little situation.
No, everything is going to be on the line for these players, as again, it's an elimination match. They absolutely want to try and make a deeper run. They've already secured themselves $20,000 minimum, but now even this next best of 3 is going to be for $10,000 extra dollars. That is a lot of chunk of change for a best of 3 to just have hanging on the line. This Terran versus Terran, again, it's a very even matchup between the two. They have a long history against each other. 55 to 51 series score, 183 to 168 map score. I mean, it's basically 52 and 51% between map score and series score against these two. They are so ridiculously close. They've traded back and forth, and Cure has won the last couple of times in the most recent couple of months that they've actually played, but I really think that we could be in store for a good TVT series.
Oh, we absolutely can. And it's such a cool clash of styles, because usually when we see players, a lot of times in mirror matchups, it's hard to see distinctions, but these players could not be more different in terms of how they approach things. Cure has always been a player that is loved throughout his history in TVT, has always loved, you know, the 1-1-1 pushes in this matchup. A lot of Ravens, a lot of tanks in the mid game, right around 6, 7, 8 minutes. I mean, I know that's a big thing. It's usually closer to 8 minutes. Whereas ByuN has always been Marine tank man. He is a huge fan and a huge user of the Marine tank. But we're going to talk about that as we get into game, because we have spawning down on the bottom left for Team Liquid. It is Cure.
And over here on the top right-hand side of the map, we have our red Terran player representing the Shopify Rebellion. It is ByuN.
Now, this is going to be a little bit interesting to see if either player does something crazy in the early game. We're not seeing either one of them go for a proxy, but will we see a cheeky little one-racks expand out of either player? That's the big question. I'm interested to see.
Yeah, me too. I also just noticed something while they were showing the player cameras and everything as they were getting set up. Cure's keyboard had the exact same keycaps that Hero's replacement keyboard had. And now I'm wondering if Cure loaned Hero a keyboard.
There is a very good chance of that.
I'm so curious. Yeah, this is very possible. I mean, it would just make sense, you know, like, oh, you already had to play earlier, so you know that he's still at the venue and everything. You have to play next, but you're not playing just yet. I don't know. This is curious thought. I don't know if it's actually the case though, or maybe it's a common popular keycap. I mean, I even have that keycap set up, so I don't know, but still interesting to think about.
Very interesting to think about, because it was absolutely a different keyboard that Hero was playing with in that series. And I didn't want to mention it too much, but there were a few things that were different. Now, it might have been just a stylistic choice. For example, I was kind of talking about how I usually get aggressive in the early game, but he didn't really do that. He didn't really do that at all. In fact, he went for very quick sentries and no scout in many of the games. Now, we do see, as I was talking about it, Cure has gone for that one racks expand, that single gas opener. And ByuN, for his side, going for the much more standard double gas quick factory, which is, of course, the more stable and safe way to open this game. We do see the Cure still built the Reaper, right? He still has the. Did he? Okay, he did build the Reaper. Where is it right now? Is it? Where's he got that? Where's he got that little guy? Okay, it's just on the ramp. Okay. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't doing anything wild with it, because I was like, that would be very out of character for Cure to like have the Reaper in a very aggressive position. He's always been a pretty standard, stable player. ByuN is going to see what he can do with these first couple of Reapers. He did open up with a quick Cyclone, so it's not going to be Reaper Hellion, but will try and still maybe take advantage of the fact that his opponent won't be able to compete with him. He is going to see that it's a one racks expand, but good positioning from Cure. Ooh, almost gets the first Reaper, but not quite.
Yeah, is going to get forced back. It goes chasing after them with his own Reaper as well, hoping to maybe get that first little shot off, or maybe even just sneak across the map and get a little bit of scouting information in exchange for that Reaper's life. But Cyclones are popping on out. Don't think that we're going to be seeing too much outside of just scouting information really coming out of the Reapers or anything now. So both players able to get into a good old setup, with ByuN finally finishing up his own command center on location, and start finally mining from there as well.
Yeah, and of course, if you get away with the one racks expand in TVT, usually it ends up being about a 3.5 to 4 worker lead by the time your opponent's orbital command is done, assuming you've hit all of your timings on worker production, etc. But of course, there is now options for ByuN, who went for the faster tech, to try and take advantage of that and maybe get a little bit of work done himself. We do see a cute little kind of picking up the kids on the way to school, little carpool action. It's going to be a Cyclone, 2 Marines, and 2 Reapers, but Cure is already on top of this to greet this, and he gets a fair bit of damage done with the first lock-on. That's very nice for Cure.
Yeah, it makes it a lot harder to get really a whole lot done if your medevac is already taking even a slight beating there, just because you really want to be able to do that pickup micro. You want to be able to break the Cyclone lock-ons, but if your medevac is low on hit points and your opponent locks their Cyclone onto your medevac, well, that's your escape mechanism. That's the way to get home with the remainder of your units so you can escape alive. So it's a very, very dangerous game. And, you know, I have to say, I feel like, Dave, we've been watching a lot of the TVTs today. Is this like one of the first TVTs where both players actually open up interference matrix that we've seen across the entire like weekend?
It feels like there has been a lot of double starport play and not a whole lot of just standard openers. Yeah, I got to agree. I think this might be the first time we've seen both players going interference matrix, and at least the games we've cast, at least from what I can remember. Maybe there's like 1 or 2 that have had that normal setup, but even this one is not exactly a normal setup, because it got ByuN opening up with a quick second barracks, very quick stim. He's going to try and get some pressure on the map. Cure opened up with the more standard, very fast 3rd CC, which will mean his economic lead extends even further. But it could be a little bit difficult for him to deal with if ByuN can get set up in the main base. I do believe ByuN is going for the 2-tank Marine drop off of this, which is going to be very difficult to deal with. Cure did not cut tank production there, so they are going to be on even numbers. But if he's not in position and your opponent gets set up with 2 tanks in a good spot in your main base, you're going to have a very difficult time dealing with that.
Oh yeah, it's a nightmare scenario when you're Terran versus Terran and your opponent gets into that production line or even close to it with some siege tanks well situated, with the interference matrices available also to prevent you from really getting super well set up and just forcing you to go for an awkward break point. Double engineering bay is now finishing on up there for ByuN. Is going to fire up his one. Okay, there's the armor upgrade. one upgrade is coming along on the way there for ByuN. It's going to be a little bit further behind from Cure, but that slightly faster sim timing is going to be pairing up very nicely with this push.
Yeah, this is really interesting to me because if Cure's setup is just far better if nothing happens. Faster upgrades. He cut a tank in order to do so, as we had the production pointing out. In fact, he's still not producing tanks unless I'm mistaken, so he is going to start to fall behind in that tank count. Okay, no, he's got one on the way now, but you got to be a little bit mindful as a result of this, because his army will be a little bit weaker in a straight up fight. We got ByuN trying to sneak up on Cure, which is a funny thing to say. It looks like if you looked at this from just nothing else, you would assume that there was information, but Cure, he is going to get hit a little bit in the face by a tank shot. However, he didn't commit super hard to this. Cure did go for an extra Raven, which the 3 Raven style has kind of fallen out of favor, but it does mean that he has so much control over these engagements. The anti-armor missiles, the auto turrets, the interference matrices make this really tough. And now he's going to catch a tank in the middle of the map with that interference matrix. Will he be able to convert the kill? I'm pretty sure. Actually, he's going to get both of these. This is amazing for Cure.
Yeah, I mean, forget the whole, oh, maybe he's going to be lower on the siege tank count because he wasn't producing as consistently with them. No, it's actually working out just fine. Loses one of the Ravens over there. Got to be really careful about those. And still has these Ravens so far forward. He's going to actually go for the dive. Sims forward. Right clicks down. A lot of these Marines. Finally gets one of the siege tanks. Another one of the siege tanks did manage to unsiege in time before being interference matrix. And I mean, kind of interesting trade there. Cure also, by the way, has been taking these trades with 1-1.
Oh no! ByuN, no!
ByuN!
He almost loses both Ravens. We're going to see Cure actually going back in here. I wanted to talk about that last fight. We got another one coming in behind it. Tank does go down. Cure is continuing to muscle his way forward, but is this a bridge too far? I feel like it will be. ByuN with a great spread, but there's more tanks in the back, so the Marines do mostly get cleaned up. Cure really trying to out-muscle ByuN in this on this position. And it does end up being a pretty even trade. I think all Ravens have died on all sides. Can we check the units tab?
There should be one, right? No.
It was from before. That battle report was showing the most recent battle. But something really interesting that happened is Cure went for a fight with less Marines because he knew his opponent had 2 tanks that were caught sieging, or rather caught unsieging and caught by the interference matrices, and they really messed up the concave of ByuN there. And that allowed Cure to take a fight with less units. He is really, really good at reading fights, and that has allowed him to kind of eke out some advantages in the mid game. Nice little multi-prong coming in from Cure. He's going to deny this base on the right side, on the left side. On the right side, we will see a good cleanup for ByuN, but the 4th command center goes down while Cure has his well on the way, and a great position being grabbed by Cure.
Yeah, it's going to be able to siege up over here. Does commit him a little bit more to this, and the siege tank may end up being a little bit more vulnerable if he does have to escape out of here, but he has the Marine count to actually continue just being a nuisance here. A reinforcing siege tank even arriving over here. Vikings that have been made here for ByuN are going to complicate things, and it does force Cure back, but Cure is probably going to be pretty happy with the exchange of that 4th command center that was being built, and even just slowing down some of the production.
Oh, he's going to be ecstatic with it. He should absolutely be super happy. Something else that we didn't talk about, but is very evident if you look at the production tab, because of all the pressure Cure was exerting on ByuN didn't start 2-2. He just started it up now. So there is a monster timing. There is like, what is that? A minute, maybe close to like a minute 15, where Cure's going to have an upgrade lead, and ByuN will just not be able to compete in these Marine fights. And that is really bad for ByuN when he's already behind in economy. He's already behind in army supply. This just makes things very unpleasant. Now, we do have Cure firing up that 3-3. It wasn't as fast as it could have been. This is going to be so good. Oh my God, the interception.
Oh my god, upgrades be damned. It doesn't matter if all of your units are loaded in medevacs and not attacking. Cure is somehow still up in supply despite that. He's going to continue to try and put some pressure on with these siege tanks up on the top side. But oh my god, Cure losing so much supply with that.
That is a disaster for Cure. He is still in a good position in this game because of those upgrades, because of the economy, because of the, well, just the everything that he had, but it's nowhere near as big of a lead as he had. Most of the reason that the supply is still so high for Cure is that he has gone for the 8 racks double factory setup, not going to be going into those fast starports. But when you lose that many units, it really undercuts the edge you've got. We're going to be seeing Cure going once again for the split push. Ooh, ByuN did slip into the main base. That one medevac staying alive by the skin of its teeth. And this could be the damage that ByuN has been looking for a long time.
No, absolutely. He's going to have to also fend off against the aggression that Cure is putting on at the same time, though, as that 4th base is most certainly going to be under some strong pressure here. Drop in the main base does get cleaned up for Cure, so he doesn't have to worry about that as much anymore. He's also doing some counter drops on his opponent's natural. Does find a siege tank over there. Is continuing to put pressure on, and I really feel like Cure is just re-seizing all the control of the game again.
Yeah, and that's the power of this massive infusion of production. We do see, you can just reproduce units so quickly. We do see ByuN, of course, coming in with a counterattack. Chaos kind of reigning here on this map. ByuN doing what he does quite often, which is not building a planetary at the 4th, and that has allowed Cure to really just muscle through this position. Good tank positioning from Cure around his 3rd base, gonna really push ByuN back, or at least make him hesitate. And actually, there's just plenty of units here for Cure. He's going to clean this up almost no problem at this point. And this is just going to be too much for ByuN to handle. Cure looking into the camera there a little bit. Just very well done from him. He will take a 1-0 lead in not necessarily dominant fashion, but in extraordinarily confident fashion.
Yeah, while not necessarily every engagement or every trade went Cure's way, which I think would sometimes be like a tribute to someone who's just being really dominant in the game or the series, it's just his macro, his economy, his ability to just produce units was unparalleled compared to ByuN. You really just felt like the entire game he had a leg up in terms of his ability to get out enough units to just continue to throw at his opponent, and he still took decent trades here and there. It was a little bit back and forth. Sometimes there was moments like this where he kills off a free Raven, doesn't get the second one, but I mean, I feel like Cure just managed to keep even with the trades overall, but then got a continuous lead off of his production.
Yeah, Cure just played way more solid and read every fight better. This was really the only thing that went well for ByuN, and it's telling that it didn't even actually slow down Cure, let alone get ByuN back into the game. Cure was like, okay, fine, whatever, I lost a bunch of units, that's okay, I can replace them super fast, my economy's crazy. He didn't panic at all. And he was like, it was almost as though that was like part of the plan, you know? Like, it was like he didn't even care that he lost those units for free. And that just shows me how good of a read he had on that game. Something else that I didn't mention when I was talking about that one fight and the reason why Cure took it, he had 1-1 and combat shields as an advantage in that Marine fight that we saw, where I was talking about the concave. It wasn't just the concave, it was also a huge upgrade and power differential in those Marines. Like, I don't know what the exact numbers are, but 1-1 Marines with combat shields with stim against stimmed Marines that don't have any of those upgrades, I feel like you can take some really lopsided engagements and still win them.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, Cure was doing a great job of trying to exploit his timing windows of as soon as his upgrades finished, he was always in a position where he was ready to move out on the map and force another fight. I will actually say even the medevac mistake that happened where he basically just flew his medevac over his opponent's Marines, Cure did that because he was just finishing up 2-2 and he was now eager to go try and force a fight somehow, and that's when he decided to pick up all of his units into the medevacs and boost over in a more aggressive position, and that's how we ended up getting caught. So Even the mistake was basically attributed to the fact that he was trying to take advantage of an advantage he had.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's well put. Spawning up at the top left for the Shopify Rebellion, it is the Red Terran player, ByuN.
And down here in the bottom right-hand side of the map, we have our blue Terran player representing Team Liquid. He is Cure. Sitting up 1-0, and yet again, man, I feel like it's just going to be the recurring thing that we say every single time we're 1-0 up in a best of 3 here in the knockout bracket. This is elimination for ByuN. He is one game away from having his dreams of the Esports World Championship crushed, his dreams of keeping his key alive and not having it pressurized by, into molecular atoms by the something crusher. I can't even remember what it's called right now.
Hydraulic press?
Hydraulic press. It's still very early for me. Hydraulic
it is, in
press.
fact, yeah. 6:30 a.m.
But-
for you.
Yeah. But we are, of course, still seeing a situation where ByuN's back is up against the wall, and he really has to pull it out now. He has no other choice but to win the next 2 games in a row, or it's over for him.
Yeah, and after some pretty great matches from him overall, even though he got double taken down by Oliveira in some incredible games, he's definitely, like I said, gonna want more. He won't be happy with his result as it is so far. We do see something rather interesting here out of ByuN. He went for a 1-Rax expand with a very fast factory behind it, whereas Cure has elected to not build that factory as quickly while also going for the 1-Rax expand. Cure going double Reaper instead, which is not standard by any stretch. You almost never build that second Reaper off of a 1-Rax expand before building the factory.
Yeah, curious what he's going to end up doing with that, or if he's just a little bit concerned about a potential thing that his opponent could be doing. I'm not sure.
I mean, it's weird because if your opponent opens up proxy 2-Rax Reaper, you're pretty much just dead. Because the second Reaper gets out so late, and you don't have much to deal with it. It would take I would say a mess up for that to happen. Now Cure, oh my god, this feels like he knows exactly what his opponent is doing. This feels like he's playing with map hacks on right now, because in terms of builds, this is so good for Cure. He has a fast 3rd CC against an opponent that has also gone 1-Rax expand. While he went 1-Rax expand himself, he has, cut. Oh, okay, this is super old school. He has cut the Marine in order to get the Reapers out, and has now gone for Reactor Hellions. So something that's really interesting about this, I don't want to talk for too long, but the way that some players like to play off of 1-Rax expand, ByuN used to do this, is you would spend a lot of you would obviously be behind in gas, so the way you would make up for it is you would use Hellions as your early game kind of map control fighty units, and then you would still go straight into Raven behind it. This is a really cool build order from Cure.
Yeah, interested to see how it's going to end up panning out as the Reactor Hellions. I mean, if you're making these early on, what is kind of your intention of what you want to do with them in this kind of, like, in this era of TVT?
They're just your units to fight. They're early game units that don't cost gas. You can, in theory, maybe get some damage done later with them, but you're mostly looking to defend with them. So it is actually quite nice that ByuN is able to get in here, finds a couple of SCVs, and forces a little bit of lost mining time. That's actually pretty nice. And we can see Cure now as like, oh, okay, well, I'm probably going to have to split these units. It is going to be Cyclones behind this, which of course do cost gas, but Cure already has his Raven production underway. And I wonder if we're once again going to be seeing this very quick 3 Raven play from Cure. In a weird way, he's kind of playing old school TVT, but it's worked out really well for him in these first 2 games, at least so far.
Yeah, it's important to note also that with the thing that Cure is doing right now, with the reactor on that factory for so long, it did sort of delay having the ability to have the tech lab on to start building any of that siege tank count up. So that is going to be the sort of trade-off with this kind of composition that he has. So the Hellions are going to be nice for a little bit, but I am very curious how he's going to be dealing with the fact that his opponent now, I think, has up to what, like third siege tank now popping out alongside these two in the medevac.
Well, the third siege tank I'm not too worried about, but it is this drop right here that is going to be really scary. The thing is, Cure's already going to have two well, actually, what's the energy on that second Raven? That's really important. Because if you have two interference matrices, he can clean this up. Yeah, there we go. Just got 75 energy. So if these tanks siege up, there is potential for Cure to maybe just swamp this. We are going to see ByuN committing in. Third Raven will have access to an auto turret. ByuN does not want to siege these tanks. If he does, I think he's doing the right move right now. Oh, look at that. He even baits out an interference matrix and draws it out. If he had sieged those tanks, it would have been a disaster for ByuN. But instead, he actually manages to force out the interference matrix and then retakes another position. That's phenomenal heads-up play from ByuN. Super smart.
And joining up with the third siege tank as well, continuing to put on little bits of pressure. Is just barely out of range of the siege tank for the high ground. Marine stimming on forward for a moment, or moving on forward. Not quite able to find the damage that they were looking for. So they end up picking up and dropping back into siege tank fire. Actually, majority of the Marines have died now. ByuN can still continue to find little bits and pieces of damage here. He has the Liberator, and he is in range of the command center right now.
Yes, the Liberator, it makes this so much scarier for Cure because it puts him on a timer. He can't just wait. Ooh, but that Liberator moving a little bit too far forward. Great double lock on, and ByuN says, because he knows that is so important to this push. He needed that. Now he tries to rebuild the Liberator. Cure just got so much time for himself. He is going to start producing Vikings. Behind this, ByuN has added a second starport. He is committing super hard to this. Oh, nice little split target fire from ByuN. Able to get an extra volley on his opponent's Viking, but the repair is going to be good. This is a big commitment to air from ByuN. Cure may at some point have to lift the command center, pull the boys, and go for it. But if he can drop enough interference matrices, those tanks might just be invalidated for ByuN.
That is going to be a scary moment when it hits that point. The Viking battle is happening yet again, and it does look like it's going to go ByuN's way. But remember that you're at home. You could repair your Vikings, and that is going to be able to change the tide of the battle a little bit. Cure taking a slight health advantage now with his Vikings.
Yes, but he is still behind in the Viking count. Oh, if he can snipe that one Viking, that'd be great, and he does. The air superiority is so important. ByuN's position is amazing. He's mining off of a third right now, but we do have to point out that Stim is now done. 1-1 is closing in, and this army, it is paper mache behind the strongest brick wall you've ever seen from ByuN, and he knows he's got to be so careful right now. Good attempted sneak up from Cure, but ByuN spotted it and was able to get the winning trade. Cure, if he can get the right interference matrices, he could potentially clean up this army and just walk across the map and win the game. So ByuN has to be, once again, so careful.
Yeah. Going to be trying to hold this choke point over here, just saying, okay, you can't just take advantage of your natural expansion high ground location to try and force a fight versus me, but you are still gonna have to move into a little bit of a choke point to try and take on my siege tanks. Like the idea of just leaving those two siege tanks sieged up. He can decide if he really wants to commit over here. He sieges back a little bit further, so it does seem like he still wants to hold this position, but man, this is going to be a very, very tense standoff. And I almost actually feel like, does Cure actually just have the availability now to start securing his third base if he really wants to just be quick about it?
He's very close. ByuN is making it very uncomfortable for Cure to move out for that. Oh, Liberator on the main base. He realized, I don't know if that's the best use of the Liberator. We do see the Ravens coming in for a flank. This could be the moment that Cure is looking for. He's got a lot of interference matrices available. Does lose a tank, but he is going to force the unsiege. He's going to stim forward. The medevacs will try and get away with some of the tanks, but this is the situation I was talking about. ByuN may have overstayed as well. Can Cure just smash through on the other side of the map?
Marines buying themselves a little bit of time for the medevacs to get on away. The Vikings even turn around and snipe off one of the Ravens and try and get a little bit of damage done. Scans coming forward. He sees the siege tank on the high ground, and Cure has no chill right now because he feels that there is an opportunity, a window here for him that he just does not want to miss.
No, he does not. Look at the army supplies right now. He can pump out so many Marines. Scan will come down. ByuN tried to set an ambush with the tank, but Kjur did not run into it. I feel like Kjur can just go right now. And he is going to stim forward. The tanks need some massive shots. We will see, a huge clump up of the Marines. SCV is buying a lot of time. Kjur, hello? He just backed away from that. I feel like Kjur actually really just misread that fight. He clumped up his Marines so much going around that corner. That was the timing that I feel like Kjur could have just ended the game. He still does manage to equalize the SCV count, maintains an army supply lead, but that was the scariest moment of this game. Now, I think all the Ravens are dead. The Marines are super overstimmed. Yeah, all the Ravens are gone. ByuN has survived an incredibly scary moment in this tournament.
He definitely has survived for a little bit, and medevacs are also still going to be in a very vulnerable spot with how many Vikings ByuN has. But also, just even looking at things like the upgrades over here, is he actually okay? Is he going to push it again? This could end up working out. This is getting a little bit scary, pushing into that many siege tanks. SCV is getting pulled off the line again. It seems like it is going to be able to be enough to do some more damage. 25 more workers end up falling. Maybe that ends up being enough. 2-2 is also nearly finished up, so he's going to be 4 upgrades ahead of his opponent very soon. ByuN is going to be hanging in there, but it is in a very weird spot now as the game goes on to the further stages of the matchup.
Yes, but he lives, and he should not have been allowed to live. I will say that attack was very successful, the second one out of Kjur, because it killed a ton of workers, but it could have once again ended the game with how out of position ByuN was. His tanks were not ready to set up on that third base. ByuN, though, we do have to point out, he has a 4th command center, so he can absolutely recover economically. And while 2-2 upgrades are huge, it's not Bio versus Bio. Oh man, this Liberator is in such an assy position. These Liberators are getting so much value, 16 kills. And it's actually sieging the production there. So many Marines are gonna die. The value of this Liberator is insane. But this game, so many times could have already been over, and ByuN's tournament life could have already been done. But he has actually gotten such a lifeline.
Now we'll see if he can convert it into something. He is still going to be playing a little bit further behind, not necessarily as much in terms of overall supply, but 4 upgrades down, and basically now saying, okay, I have to go just straight up into my mech style at this point with the double armory upgrades at least coming on out. This is a rough spot.
It's a super rough spot. But sorry, I didn't even finish my point from before about mech upgrades. If you have enough tanks sieged up, the upgrades don't necessarily matter per se, because the tanks just do so much damage. They're obviously important, but they're not necessarily as important as Bio versus Bio. Great little Hellion run by. Will actually find a good number of Marines. Decent little trade for ByuN. And he's also able to find some SCVs. ByuN just took a supply lead, albeit momentarily, and it's basically, pretty even right now. But think about where this game was like 3-4 minutes ago. Oh my God. Is he actually going to do this? Don't do it, Kjur. Okay, he turns around instantly. That was...
Did he see the Vikings?
I feel like he must have. There's no reason you would turn around that fast with that much urgency. And the Vikings of ByuN also moved. Medevacs do have a lot of sight. Like, they have a lot of vision.
I'm
Air
curious
units just in general.
The Vikings moved, but they moved away from the medevacs, not toward them.
Yeah, but I think it might have just been like an instant reaction, kind of less thought, more gut. And you're like, oh, units, my units just spotted something. They need to
press the
clump
control
up.
group. I see something on the mini map. Just move it
away for half a second. Yeah, exactly. Man, I really can't believe that this game is still going on. It's actually insane. We do have a nice siege position from Kjur. ByuN is gearing up for potentially a push through to the middle. Oh my God, that would be so bold. Does Kjur have anything to defend against this? Kjur can't break through with this army at the moment unless he gets a huge doom drop.
Yeah, can we get one more look again at the siege tank count for Kjur? Just a quick peek again, because I'm a little bit concerned about this push coming forward, and I feel like this is going to get to be a little bit scary. Medevac drop in the main base of ByuN is going to also complicate things. So yes, there's a siege up over at the Planetary Fortress, but this is going to be a slow push in over here while the Bioforce jumps in on this army. There's no support for him. He comes in from almost every single angle, and he's still doing damage in the main base.
That was a beautiful engagement, and now ByuN, oh no, the Vikings, not like this. Every single Viking going down. Cure getting into the main base, getting a ton of damage. ByuN kind of snuck across the map, but he wasn't wedged into a corner, so Cure was able to get this massive surround on him. Now he's going to charge forward. He doesn't care about the tanks. There's not enough to actually stop this army. GG just got called, and Cure, big smile on his face. That is a fantastic turnaround after his opponent got a great contain and a really nice setup. Cure was able to continue to fight through, stayed focused, and advances on to the next round.
Big congratulations to Cure. He did a phenomenal job in that TVT, just continuously maintaining little ways to find that continuous advantage. And I mean, a well-earned victory against a player who has had to play a lot of TVTs this tournament. Poor ByuN, but you know, ByuN's still going to be walking away with, I believe it is $20,000 for making it even to this stage in the tournament. We get to see some of these little replays here of the game, and this is that kind of big drop that ByuN was looking to try and commit to. It didn't quite find a ton of damage, but I mean, he did a great job of just doing those pickups of, like you were saying, avoiding the interference matrices earlier on. And this breakout here, this was like the big turning moment that Cure was able to find in the game.
Yeah, it was always going to be so difficult for ByuN to defend those tanks from every angle from the Ravens. Something very important that did happen right here. Not the first Raven pickoff, but that second Raven pickoff that still had energy. If that one's available, and Cure, let's say Cure interference matrices one of these tanks, the game is over. 100%. Even with a third tank showing up, even with the Liberator getting a good flank and a ton of clumped up bio, Cure 100% ends the game right there, because with no SCVs to buffer for the landed Vikings, 1-1 stim combat shields on the bio, there's no chance to hold. The fact that ByuN was able to hold that was nothing short of incredible, but kudos to Cure for staying focused and not letting that perturb him. And that's such an impressive skill to me.
No, it absolutely is. You kind of were talking about how maybe just the pullback was a little bit surprising there from Cure in that earlier fight. And I guess just identify and say, oh, there's a Liberator attacking my siege tank. Just the immediate reaction and say, I need to go kill the Liberator. Ended up not really panning out quite as well as you would have liked. But at the end of the day, Cure still gets the victory there. So he's not going to have to regret any of those decisions in the game, because he still ends up advancing on forward to play versus the winner of Maru versus Solar. That is going to be a not only a very fun match to see, but also the winner of that series playing versus Cure is actually quite also a fun match, no matter who ends up winning.
Oh, absolutely. It is going to be a bit of a banger. Cure and Maru, of course, have a fantastic history against one another. It's been very entertaining. We will take a look at the bracket here, as Classic did eliminate Oliveira. We didn't talk about this already, but that is officially the world champion has been dethroned, officially knocked out already. Classic versus Reynor, that's going to be a banger as well. And
that's actually crazy too, because if you think about it, if Classic ends up defeating Oliveira, who's the world champion right now from winning Katowice last year, and he also ends up defeating Reynor, that's the Gamers 8 champion from last year. He may actually have a route through like some of the most incredible players if he actually ends up making a deep run through this.
He will have to. Yeah. And that's kind of how these brackets work, but it is a cool thing. It would be wild if he knocked out the reigning world champ and the reigning this tournament champion, and then ended up getting like knocked out in the semifinals. That would be very unfortunate. We do have our upcoming match is going to be Hero versus Gumiho. Hero, we obviously covered his game versus Spirit. Hero was able to look very dominant there. Gumiho versus Showtime. Game number 1 was absolutely bonkers. That one, how does it keep happening to Showtime, man? I feel so bad for the poor guy. I'm glad he still gets himself a nice paycheck, but man, I can't believe it keeps happening to him. And it's Gumiho who keeps doing it too. We are going to be seeing the Hero versus Gumiho match. What do you think about that one coming up?
I mean, that's going to be a very fun one. Another Protoss versus Terran for Hero to face off against. He looked super duper solid versus Spirit. So I'm looking forward to seeing what Gumiho is going to be able to bust out, because Gumiho also a very, very strong player. And I think he's going to have a good shot at this. I can't wait to see you, Dave, but let's go ahead and hop to a short break before we jump into our last series for this stream today. It is going to be Hero versus Gumiho.
Ready, set, go.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting ready to move into our last match of the day here on the B stream. There's still going to be more matches happening over on the A stream as well after this and also during this, but we are going to be going into a pretty cool PvT. I'm quite happy that we managed to get this match because Hero versus Gumiho is looking to be a pretty epic match, I would say.
Oh, absolutely. This is going to be a certified banger, if I can say so. Obviously, very sad for Showtime that he once again falls at the hands of Gumiho, but it does mean we avoid that PvP. I know you were saying PvP is your favorite mirror, but even amongst mirrors, even if it's your favorite mirror, that's kind of like saying it's your favorite whatever bad thing. Because I much prefer the, the non-mirrors if I have a choice.
Yeah. For what it's worth, Protoss versus Terran is my favorite matchup by a large margin as well. So I'm happy, man. I guess whether I got a PvP or I got a PvT, I'm happy either way.
Yeah. Now, if we look at the histories of these players, it is definitely pretty heavily skewed in favor of Hero, but it's not like Gumiho hasn't won his matches. Their map score is a little bit closer than their series score. It's still pretty dominant by Hero, but all it takes is Gumiho having a good day, which we've already seen. He's kind of heated up from his match versus Showtime. He's definitely at least a little bit of a momentum player. We are going to take a look at the vetoes in a moment here between these two players, and I'm curious to see actually what Hero's keyboard situation is looking like right now.
No, the vetoes will cover the keyboards, Dave. I'm just kidding, but we are eventually, I'm sure, gonna get a little shot to see if Hero still got his new replacement white or gray and blue keycap keyboard, or if he's got his original keyboard, or you know what, maybe the one that we originally saw was the replacement, and then he got his original keyboard back. We don't even know. I have to look back at deeper history to learn the keyboard lore here.
It's important to know your lore. Every Twitch channel has its own lore. Every, player has its own lore, has their own lore, I should say. Yeah, it is funny to see how that will happen and if that will affect Hero going forward. Obviously, we're just kind of yammering here as the players get ready. But I am really looking forward to this match because this is a really valuable match for a lot of reasons. Obviously, monetarily, it's worth a lot of money. It's also worth a lot in terms of the club points. And this is just another step towards that Final Four, which is going to be so important. We will be getting into the game in just a moment, I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, never mind. I was like, Hero's... Oh, he's banging away at that keyboard. He's absolutely, dialed in. And then Gumiho's, taking off his sweater, so it's very clear that they're not in game yet.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be getting there shortly. I do love that. I always love when I get to see the players, especially in the long sleeve stuff, when they're at this event. Because I have to say, having been there last year, it is really hot outside. So I always love that they're wearing the jackets as they come in. I'm like, man, how are you not just sweating through your jacket and your jersey and everything else, just wearing extra layers while outside on your way to the venue? But no, inside it's very, very nice and cool and nice and chill. And I think these players are just almost about ready. It looks like Hero's just once again talking with an admin for a little bit, just getting his sneezes out of the way.
Yeah. By the way, talking about the keyboard lore, that's a third keyboard. That is a different keyboard from the one we saw originally, where he was chewing on the keycap. That is a different keyboard than the one he played against Spirit with, and now he brings a third keyboard to the to the match. Imagine if he just keeps changing keyboards every series.
Hold on. I might. Okay. I'm gonna do wild, unfounded speculation. Okay. The original keyboard, maybe it was his original keyboard, his actual keyboard.
Okay.
Is having issues with it, so he had the delay for the match and everything.
Yeah.
He borrowed Cure's keyboard.
Okay.
Cure was okay having his keyboard borrowed because also timing wise, he wasn't going to play until after Hero was done because both of his matches were here. The next series for Cure is going to be on the main stream, so there's a chance theoretically that Mara versus Solar could go really short and this series could go long, Cure would need his keyboard. So he had to find a third keyboard in case Cure had to play a match at the same time.
Okay, that makes a ton of sense, but I have another theory. That third keyboard is a Horcrux, and it currently possesses the soul of Gumiho, and he is keeping it captive. If Gumiho wins this game or is starting to win, Hero can just threaten to stab it with the Sword of Gryffindor and destroy Gumiho. So that's going to be really interesting. We're going to have to keep an eye on that. Will that happen? Spawning up in the top left. Is he Harry Potter? No. It's Weibo Gaming's Hero.
And down here on the bottom left-hand side of the map, apparently Voldemort, it is our blue Terran player from Cloud9. He is Gumiho.
Gumiho subscribes to the same setup that I do, which is the mouth hanging open when you're intensely focused. That's actually just, that's just what we do. I am looking through, by the way, I'm looking through some GSL VODs, and I'm going to see if I can, I want the deep lore on this one. I'm not content with just not knowing this. I need to know the color of the keyboard.
The only thing that could have been better is if Uppatry had made, it was like this happened to Reynor instead, and we were seeing like a Raynor's keyboard get swapped out for keyboards that Uppatry had helped him with. And then that truly would have just made things absolutely perfect for me. I would have lorded that over Sal constantly.
My pal Sal is a fun one to lord it over. As we get into the game here, we do see a... where did he put the barracks? He just put it in the back or just to the left? Just against the command center. So not actually hiding it, but just kind of putting it closer. I guess that was that maybe in response to a super fast probe pull from Hero, like a super fast probe scout? Hero loves this early harassment. There we go. Look at that. Perfect. Thank you so much, production, with the nod from the camera. Love to see that. That's what you call tandem. That's what you call working together. Oh, okay. Marine will keep this SCV safe. You never see an SCV getting sniped until you do, which is what happened in the last series.
Oh man, yeah, and probes are one of my favorite units because they just are able to cause so much havoc and mischief and mayhem for Terran players. I feel like Terran players got good enough for the most part that they typically just don't take too much damage now on their workers, but man, there was a beautiful era where Terran players just took years and years and years to get used to probe harassment, and Protoss players would cause devastating amounts of mining time loss and frustration just from the little harassment on the barracks building SCV.
Would you say they take terrible damage?
I will say they took terrible damage. I've literally had players leave the game because they lost 2 SCVs building a barracks.
Goddamn. I mean, that's if you lose 2 SCVs, I think it's fair to say it's time to go in that actual game. Gumiho, by the way, as we can see, did not scout his opponent at all. He forewent the Reaper. Is forewent make sense? He chose to forego. Forewent. Chose to forego the Reaper. So he is going to
just use the past tense of go. It's like it was in the past. So you forego, but it was in the past. Forewent.
Yeah, right. Yeah, or foregoed. He foregoed the
he foregone.
He foregone.
Yeah.
He forewented. We do see the hallucination scout once again out of Hero, and he is going to be able to see that it is a medevac. It is going to be a medevac drop in the main. Hellion run by at the natural most likely. You can technically pair these units together, but Hero does have a well-placed shield battery. Well, I say well-placed. It's actually a little bit exposed. There's a partial wall, but not a complete one. This could be very scary, but that's an amazing probe scout right there, seeing those Hellions.
Yeah, and even forces the unload over here over at the third base, as it looks like Gumiho is going to be content just trying to go for a pylon kill and maybe try and bait enough units to go to the drop elevator plane to the main base. Stalker's already protecting him there, so just decides to go for the fight against the Stalkers, but look at all these softened up Stalkers with just their shields gone, barely any hit points left, or actually, sorry, barely any hit points gone. Just a really immaculate defense there for Hero.
Yeah, a lot. Oh my God, and he intercepts the drop and he gets the kill. Oh, that is so nice from Hero. I was just gonna say, I was talking about the negatives of where he put the shield battery, that is very far forward and exposed, but the positives are the fact that you have that very far forward shield, you know, healing aura. Like it extends out almost to where the pylon is. Not in terms of its actual physical location, but where it is like relative. If you were to draw a line, like where they meet up, north and east, or south and east, I guess. It almost extends out to there, which allowed him to re-engage in the fight very quickly and enabled him to get a lot of damage on that drop. A little bit of a greedy pickup from Gumiho, ends up getting monster punished, and this is a fantastic start, a flying start for Hero in game number 1.
Yeah, that was, it wasn't necessarily damage that Gumiho was looking to try and get a massive lead in the game or anything with, but it was damage that he was somewhat committed to, in the sense that he had a fair number of his early game units and investments in that push or in that little pressure play. And the point is that he was supposed to be able to escape out alive. Losing all those units means that he is in a far more awkward situation. You can see that Hero just gets the ability to go into his massive gateway flood, also put on pressure, and really just not have any real cares in the world about exactly what Gumiho's up to. Gumiho's only just now going to get up his extra 2 medevacs and be able to greet these stalkers at the front lines, as there is a little bit of blink micro here, but stim and combat shields are not done, and there's just the marine count, the medevac count, it's just going to be lower than it should be.
I mean, yeah, losing that early Widow Mine is, or sorry, that early medevac is so painful. We do see Gumiho has gone for a very clean build order behind this. A nice timing on the stim combat shields and +1, finishing all up at around 635, give or take. And he is going to move out with this double drop on the left side. It's not going to be an attack, though. It's going to be an attempted flank on the stalkers. Now, this is quite interesting because the way he's setting up with this, it doesn't look like he necessarily wants to actually trap these. He's going to try and draw the stalkers in on the right side, but the observer tells him, okay, your army, it's got to be somewhere else. You're missing so many units here. What is this? And Hero is not getting drawn into the trap. Really nice read on the situation. Great little setup from Gumiho, but Hero does not fall for it. And the scan comes in. Oh, that's wild.
It really, really is. We're going to have a situation now where Gumiho is just going to have to sit back for a little bit and figure out exactly how he wants to take things on from here. Viking Scout's going to continue to build up. Marine almost makes his way up to the ramp, top of the ramp, to get a little bit of a scout out on the army composition right now. But the double drop is moving on forward. All Hero's Zealots are immediately accidentally going to scout this out, but also means that the Zealots get scouted out and 2 of them end up falling as they were just looking for a little bit of run by damage.
Yeah, but Hero's position is so good. He can afford to lose 2 Zealots in exchange for not taking any damage to this drop. And as we can see here, maybe even hunting it down. Gumiho wisely got off the map. He knows that Hero is in a good position, doesn't want to mess around. This is just such an amazing start for Hero. He's got the double forge online, 4 probes at a time, 4 bases up and running. The Colossus tech is started up. Does he have extended thermal lance? It's already done, right?
Surely.
Yeah, it's already done. Yeah, he's got 3 Colossus very soon. And I wonder if Gumiho would even be able to hold a big push from Hero if Hero goes for it.
We might find out.
It looks like we're about to find out, yeah, because this is a big, scary army. Now, it is a lot of sentries and almost very little anti-air against Vikings, and not a whole lot of stalkers just in general. This is a very fighty army. But the stalkers, as we can see, yeah, they're not with it. They're somehow, I think they're sharking around for the double medevac drop, anticipating that that's still on the map. Okay, no, they were just at home.
Yeah. They are going to eventually be able to join the fray with the rest of the attack. At this point, do you just wait for 2-2? I mean, it's like a minute out or something now. It's going to be a little bit of a delay, but you can also then join in with maybe like 1 to 3 disruptors with the attack, or do you just go for it at this point?
Well, he's brought the stalkers forward, so he's certainly ready to go for it if he wants. He was able to blink forward and jump on top of a Viking. Gumiho kept those Marines, by the way. They've been hidden in the bottom left for like 3 minutes at this point, basically. Like, basically, since they could have moved out, they've been hiding down there, kind of just trying to control the space on the left side, find an opening. We do see that the army of Hero is just so much scarier and so much more powerful, and he is getting in towards that +1 attack. Big blink forward into a huge Widow minefield. He sniped a Viking, but takes some massive shots on the stalkers. However, is it going to matter? There's so much army for Hero right here.
Yeah, even with the BMPs blanketing all of the Zealots, there's simply just not enough units here for Gumiho. The medevac drop does come back in from behind. I thought maybe he was going to go for the counterattack damage, but he just decides he needs every single unit available, and it's still not enough here. You see that even as the Zealots are starting to disappear, the Colossus are just doing way too much damage. Hero cleans house in the fight.
That was the dream start for Hero. And something we talk about when we talk about Hero's play is that he oftentimes gets these amazing starts, but can't always capitalize on it. Sometimes he's too aggressive. Sometimes he maybe messes up the micro. Sometimes his crazy blinks come back and kind of haunt him. But in that game, nuh-uh. There was no hesitation, nothing wrong with that. That was clean. He threatened the attack and then didn't go until he knew he could actually win with it. Just fantastic stuff.
Yeah, did a very, very solid job. Is looking super solid in his TVP. I'm so looking forward to seeing what exactly is going to come about in game number 2, because Hero's looking on form, and it's just a Protoss fan who's enjoying seeing a Protoss player make a slightly deeper run into this bracket. I'm definitely happy, but I'm also excited to potentially see Gumiho maybe shake things up a little bit for game number 2. He is absolutely known as a player who has got a lot of different kind of things under his belt. So I feel like he's got to have more stuff that he can bring out over here against a player like Hero.
Oh yeah, the thing is, Gumiho is that multi-tooled player who has so many different aggressive options, so many different build orders, and he makes builds that don't necessarily look super viable. He makes them look viable. And that makes him so much scarier to deal with. However, Hero just swatted that first attack away with so much. It almost felt like it was effortless. Like he destroyed that. And that is really disconcerting for a player when you're already down 1-0 in a series in a best of 3, and your opponent just shuts that down so hard and then never gives you a chance to get back into it. But we'll see if he can do something a little bit stronger in this game. Spawning down to the bottom right for Cloud9, it is Gumiho.
And over here in the top left-hand side of the map, we have our red Protoss player representing Weibo Gaming. He is Hero.
Yeah, I just gotta say that if Hero, it is feeling like we have seen a complete evolution of Hero as a player. It feels like we are seeing the, because and it's funny because even in this tournament, we've already seen some crazy blinks. Even in this game, we saw one crazy blink. But just in general, this has been such a wild change to Hero because he does look so much more refined and so much more precise with the way he is going about things.
Here's looking to be in good shape for sure. And it's definitely going to be up to Gumiho to try and shake things up. I've said it so many times before already, but this is now going to be in a very, very important game for Gumiho, because as with all these other best of 3s in the knockout bracket, this is now elimination match for Gumiho. One more loss and he is out of the tournament. He's going to walk away with $20,000, which is certainly nothing to, shake your head at, but it is still less than Hero wants to go for. Hero's looking eye on the prize for some of those higher winnings. I mean, going up all the way to $400,000 for first place.
Oh yeah. I mean, it is, we use the term life-changing money. If you win this tournament, that is life-changing money. It doesn't matter who, even if Cyril wins it, who's had so much financial success in SC2, especially in the last few years, and based on how he plays the game, I'm sure he's been financially prudent. So I'm sure he's still got a nice little nest egg. But it doesn't matter who wins this one. They are going to have life-changing money. And every round that you win does bring you closer and closer towards that. We do see what is going to be a proxy starport here. Okay, so you talk about build orders and you talk about having different tools. This is a very powerful build order. It can oftentimes get a ton of worker kills. Oh my God, wait, what? Cyclones? What? Is this going to be Proxy Banshee, Proxy Liberator? What the hell are we seeing right now? Oh my God, I can't believe that.
Yeah, I was expecting like proxy like a proxy starport for the Hellion drop or something into the main base.
Oh, no, that's it. That's the only thing this would ever be. Ever.
But is he just gonna mix it? Is he gonna do the same thing but go for cyclones instead?
Yeah.
You know, okay. I think about like the micro ability of the cyclone drop in TVT,
and I think he might have misclicked because he just started building Hellions. Or is he trying? Oh my God, is he trying to ultra fake this out?
He finished the cyclones though, right?
Yeah. He finished the cyclones, but he might be trying to wait. Okay, yeah, they're crossing the map. Okay, so it's going to be a cyclone drop and then a Hellion drop.
I can see the Hellions run in while the cyclones are doing like pulling all of the units up to the main base, right?
Yeah, that's what he wanted to do, but you can see that Zealot has given him pause, and while the Zealot won't do any real damage, it is going to keep this unit at home, which is going to allow Hero to focus on the main base. This will be a lot of damage. Gumiho coming out with something hot off the press, and the Stalker taking a lot of damage right here. It's going to go down. This is already an amazing start for Gumiho.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying though, is that cyclones, if they're able to maintain lock-on range, they are so scary with their damage output. Now the medevac being so low on hit points is going to be troublesome, but I love this. The full wall in there from Hero, even though it's just 2 Hellions going for the full wall in, he's just really respecting this, because I think there's a chance that you just see 2 Hellions and you think, it's fine.
Oh,
I'll be okay.
Oh my God, no, don't do it, don't do it, no.
No.
Oh, Gumiho, why?
Yeah, that's a tough one. I guess he was hoping that the Hellions would be distracting Hero, and maybe he didn't see the Stalkers were there anymore, so he went for the boost out, and then as he was moving he saw that it was there and he's like, well, I'm already committed to this. If I just go back, I'm just gonna have an even lower hit point medevac.
No, but he could have dropped the cyclones out. He could have dropped the cyclones out. That's a gigantic blunder out of Gumiho and completely erases any advantage he would have gotten off of that cyclone drop. And he did get a nice little advantage, I think. Because oh my God, even just keeping the medevac alive would have been good. But the fact that he loses all the units there in just a brutal miscalculation is a disaster for Gumi.
Disaster is definitely the word I would go for with this. It is really, really unfortunate. Losing the first medevac. I mean, we saw how much just with the last game, losing the first couple of like the Marines in the medevac can be so impactful. Losing the investment of your factory build time on cyclones and also the medevac all at the same time this early on in the game is going to be really, really rough for Gumiho to deal with.
Not to mention the fact that the starport was floating for a while, so that's like a bunch of lost build time there on the medevac. Like, God, that's just so unfortunate for him. We are going to see a drop moving out on the left side from Gumiho. It did not get spotted by this Stalker medevac or Stalker War Prism hit squad. This is already getting so much damage for Hero, and he's going to snipe down even another SCV, taking a page out of MaxPax's book. 8 workers go down. This drop must get damage. It's already been spotted and deflected. Gumiho is in so much trouble in this game.
He just can't catch a break right now, Dave. He just really is in struggle busville, and it's a tough spot to be in. Where do you go from here? You're trying to defend, and that's not going well. You're trying to offend, and that's not going so well. It's just, you really, really have to find something. But what you're throwing out is just not sticking to the wall right now. I don't know what Gumiho should do outside of just continue to try and find little windows or little opportunities by continuing to just poke around. But if he just stays back at home, I feel like we're going to see a repeat of game number 1, where Hero just got the lead, and he's got a significant enough lead that if he just carries out from here forward, he's going to just have a deadly push that wins.
That's kind of what it feels like right now. I was wondering if we were going to see this little skirmish in the middle of the map between these two forces. Blink to the left side from Hero, because of course the full army of Gumiho was there. Blink to the left side will find this. Now, yeah, you're right about that concept, that if this game just plays out normally, from here, it is really difficult for Gumiho to play it out. The thing is, Hero has gone for a fighting army. He's gone double immortal. He's gone for a lot of charge lots. He delayed his double forge, and he delayed his Colossus tech as well. So he is actually looking for Gumiho to push into him. Fortunately for Gumiho, well, okay, this is a big I want to predicate this on the fact that Hero needs to not attack for this to all be true. If Hero doesn't attack, with Gumiho delaying stim and really focusing on economy and sitting at home defensively, this could be a very... This could be a way for Gumiho to get back in this game.
Yeah, I kind of see what you mean, and you're right. There is a fighting army here for Hero, and he is already kind of like moving around with these Zealots and the Immortals, starting to move toward his opponent's side of the map. I was gonna say there was this moment where I was like, you know, sometimes a Protoss player might say, I'm gonna wait for 2 to 3 Colossus first. No. You've got the army for it. I really do feel like Hero has the window of opportunity. I think you're right. There is simply just such a scary army at his front door. Gumiho has to find a way to defend.
And there's no stim. That's the huge deal right now, is that with no stim, you're going to get run down by these Zealots, but the siege tank positioning might be enough to bluff him back. Stim is only about 15 seconds away from completing, but Hero's going right the hell now. This is Gumiho's tournament life on the line. Stim's so late, and Gumiho is losing so many units. He's like, you still haven't stimmed your units? Okay, this is going really well for me. I'm going to keep going. Command center taking a lot of damage. There's not a lot of stalkers here, so it will manage to fly away, but look at the supply lead right now for Hero.
And now the army is so stemmed up, and a Colossus shows up of all things. Doesn't have thermal lance, but 1-1 is going to be completing alongside this Colossus. Third base not able to mine anymore, so Hero's getting economically even further ahead on top of having 72 workers, still making more workers, making disruptors. Everything is just going Hero's way right now, and Gumiho down 0-1 at elimination here in the World Championship. He has to summon a miracle, and Hero, it doesn't even look like he's going to try and give him a chance. He's just going to say, you know what? I have done enough damage. If I come back in another minute with some disruptors, with thermal lance and everything else, if I just make sure I'm not too far forward and don't overcommit, I guarantee to win this game.
Yeah, and he's taking a 5th Nexus during all of this. This truly is a hero that has really added an incredible level of patience to his play, which is so damn awesome. I am really, really impressed with what we're seeing out of Hero. Gumiho, I've seen him come back from some incredible games, from an incredible deficits. In fact, he did it versus Showtime just earlier today. But this deficit, 2 bases to 5. We are likely to see the 5th base finish for Hero before Gumiho can re-land his 3rd. 2-2 on the way. Like, there is just so many things that are going to keep Gumiho from actually coming back in this game. What's the gateway count out right now? We're at 8 gates, right? Yeah, 8 gates. So those are extra gates. We're going up to 12 gates right now as Hero. He's got the 2-2 on the way. We are going to see Gumiho trying to secure this position. A massive collapse coming in. The army fully surrounded by the Zealots. Disruptor shot. Boom! That's a strike, baby. Another disruptor shot coming in, and it's a bigger one. Gumiho gets knocked out of the tournament by a stunning display from Hero.
Phenomenal job there by Hero. Any kind of doubts formed from even little moments in game number 1 completely squashed in game number 2. Hero looked immaculate, and he looks to be in potentially tournament winning condition. We'll have to see. He has been doing a great job this event so far, and man, he's going to be so thrilled about how smoothly that series went. I think you were spot on the money there, Dave. Hero is showing a lot of patience. He's showing just a lot of stability in his play. I think that's going to be a very good sign for the rest of this, because again, stability is so important when you're playing things like a best of 3 for the rest of this knockout bracket until the finals. You need to have stability, and we see over here the snipe off on that medevac drop was absolutely massive in that first game.
It really was. This was God. The fact that both medevacs died like this is just nuts, and it's a little bit unfortunate for Gumiho to go out this way. The late stim really made this, like, if he has stim right here, it's not going to be an easy hold, and I don't even know if he's going to be able to take the fight particularly well, but at the very least he can trade a little bit better. Hero crushes this fight, and it just looks completely unfair, and it is, because Terran's supposed to have stim by this point.
No, you're absolutely right. It really should have been a close fight, and instead it just ends up being a massacre on one side. Hero earned this victory super duper one-sidedly. Unfortunate for Gumiho. I liked that he was doing some clever things. He was trying out things in a very Gumiho-esque fashion. I mean, going for the proxy starport into the double cyclone drop, he even found a couple of worker kills there. I love the idea of that kind of stuff. It just ended up not working out versus today's hero. Today's hero was simply not going to have any of it. So incredibly well done. And that secures Hero's spot in the next round of the knockout bracket. He's going to the semifinals of the knockout bracket, which is still a best of 3. He's going to face off versus the winner of Classic versus Reynor, which I believe is happening on the mainstream later on. I think that right now they're still in Mario versus Solar, but that is going to be a very cool and exciting series, I think, as well.
Yeah, that would be pretty fantastic. I'm just so blown away. This is a world championship hero for sure. Like, he is looking so locked in. It's insane. I think this might be the best he's ever played in his life. I haven't seen every single hero game, but he looks so complete right now. His PvZ late game has been the big thorn in his paw, and we can see that it is absolutely capable of going toe-to-toe, and it's very clear from this series that his other matchups have not suffered.
Hero is definitely looking quite strong. I believe that this might be the play of the day here that we're seeing as a hero. This is a series from Hero versus Spirit. Hero looking so strong, and he just had such killer storms throughout this game. I remember you were talking about just the storm dodging. It's not necessarily in the sense that he was dodging away from the storms, but just some of the times his Titan Templar were moving out of the way of where the EMPs would go, but a lot of the time he was just zoning out those ghosts so well and making the most of those High Templars. So well done there.
Yeah, that was just phenomenal out of Hero. The zoning, the way he was spreading the High Templar out, the way he was just keeping his opponents kind of off balance, just outstanding stuff. Absolutely fantastic.
Now, of course, guys, we did have a lot of really great games today, and also on the mainstream, they are still going on as well. You can see here on the brackets, we got a killer round of 8 that's been playing out in the knockout bracket. Mario versus Solar happening on the mainstream right now. Cure taking that 2-0 versus ByuN that we saw, and now sitting in the semifinals. Hero taking that 2-0 versus Gumiho, and Classic versus Reynor is going to be happening on the mainstream after they finish up Mario versus Solar. And for those who are wondering where the rest of these games are going on, the semifinals and also the finals are all going to be happening on the mainstream. In fact, we are done with the games here today, so if you want to catch the rest of the StarCraft matches happening, you do want to go quickly load up that mainstream. It's been an absolute delight to see. They got plenty of wonderful downtime content and all kinds of fun stuff. They got cool little interviews and things with cats. It's just been an absolute treat to see all of the production happening over there as well.
Yeah, and it's only killers left. It is only top tier world championship caliber players left. I think everyone left in the tournament is capable of winning the whole thing. We are going to, as you said, be bringing our day to a close. This was a pretty short day. Everything was a 2-0 for us, but that does not mean that the games were not interesting. I think seeing Hero show so much dominance in his 2 matches is very exciting for Protoss fans, because I really do think that he could win this entire thing. Like, that is not me just blowing smoke. If he keeps this form up throughout everything, I think he will win the knockout bracket, and I think he has an extremely good chance of winning the entire tournament.
That is a high praise considering the players that are in that knockout bracket, with players like Maru and Solar and Reynor, and I mean even Classic and Cure still very tough rounds ahead of him. But guys, that is, as Dave said, gonna do it for us. I want to thank you so much for watching coverage of the B stream. The B stream for the StarCraft II stuff is completed with this, as now everything is just going to be over on that main stage. You should definitely go load up that stream, check it out. Thank you guys so much for watching, and thank you to everyone who's helping out with the B stream production and everything. Of course, Dave and I didn't have to do anything. We just kind of showed up and didn't even have to observe the games. We had a wonderful observer, production crew, and all that good stuff who handle everything for us. So thank you guys so much to them, and we'll see you guys for the rest of the tournament over on the main stream. Take care, guys.
it, they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you, believe in yourself, power comes from within.